So good morning, and we bring the Board of Directors regular meeting of October 22nd, 2020 to order at 10:02 a.m. Brandy, do you want to?
I will just remind everybody, please try to keep your microphones muted when you are not speaking. If you want to say something and don't want to interrupt and want to use the raised hand function, remember to open the participants screen in order to see that little hand to click on, and then just wait for me to call your name. I'll let Diane call your name before you unmute your mic, and that's it. When we come into closed session, those who will be going into closed session, you won't need to do anything, just hold tight and I'll take you on a ride into the breakout room.
Okay. All right. So if you'll join me in prayer this morning. Father, once again, we come before you just asking you, Lord, to heal our community, our nation, Lord. Father, we pray for all the infirmities, those of physical, Lord, mental, emotional, spiritual. Father, we just are at a time of great mercy from your part, Lord, to touch the lives of all these people that are suffering during this time. Father, help us to be open to what we need to do as a community, Father. And we pray for our first responders, Lord. We pray for their families who give so much. Father, that you would keep them safe and healthy so that they're able to continue to serve. Father, I pray for our county commissioners, Lord, who are battling with COVID and their spouses, Lord, that Father, that you would be with them and help this to be a process that they can work with at home, Lord. And Father, we just ask that you give them strength, and Father, keep them safe and keep those other of our commissioners safe, Lord. We pray for everyone represented here today and their families, Lord. Father, that you would help us to be about your business, Lord, and that every decision be according to your will. We ask this in the name of your Son, our Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. So next we have recognition of service, and Carter Wilson phoned me. Was it last week, Carter? And is he muted? Yeah, he's muted.
He's muted.
And basically said that he was going to be resigning from the board, but in typical fashion, he had a plan. And so the council had someone that could step up to the plate. But they even made a Carter Wilson Day in Frisco. So you want to tell us a little bit about that, Carter?
Well, that was a shocker. They had asked me to come to the meeting to be recognized, but then they decided to name the October 6th Carter Wilson Day, and I was taken back, but felt very honored, and and it's been an honor to serve on the DCTA board, and that was a pretty wild meeting. Later that night they appointed Denny to fill that spot. So it was pretty cool.
Well, Carter has served on the board for 8 years. And even though there was a challenge a year or so ago, he dealt with it and came back as vibrant as ever to the board. And so there is no way that we can thank you enough for what you've done for the board and how you've supported the initiatives of this board. And I think you're going to be around for a couple of more meetings just to make sure Denny's got it, right?
Yeah, I'll be here to back him up, give him some background information, and help him any way I can to make sure he has what he needs.
Well, Carter, I wish we were able to do this in person. It would be so much nicer.
Yeah, it would be.
Certainly want to thank you so much for everything you've done.
Well, thank you. And can I take a few minutes?
Absolutely.
I want to thank you in particular. It's been great having you as a chairman. Frankly, I didn't think anybody could fill Mr. Emery's shoes, but you've done a beautiful job of it. So, well, thank you for that, and thank you for your kind heart, is the way I'll put it. I'd like to thank Raymond and the staff. Raymond in particular, his abilities to bring PTC to fruition, or into service, was a huge, probably a $20 million saver to DCTA. And he amazed me again when we had a flood and the ballast under the track got fouled in some areas, and he found somebody to x-ray that so that you didn't have to tear the whole thing up. So I was again impressed by Raymond. Raymond and his staff are just intelligent, articulate, professional in every way, and I'm just very pleased to have been part of this organization. And anyway, I don't want to call names out, but just everybody's been responsive whenever I needed help, and I can't say thank you enough. And I've been honored again to serve. And I figure 8 years was, I believe in term limits, so 8 years was, I decided that was about the right term. So anyway, thank you again.
Well, Carter, I really appreciate your kind words. I've known you a long time, back when I met you at DART back in the 90s. And I will say that you're one of the kindest human beings I've ever met. Your temperament has never wavered. We really, as staff, appreciate you so much for the guidance, the leadership, and your kindness to this agency. And we're better for your service. I've said this to the entire board. I really do appreciate you all, because to be a public servant takes a lot of your personal time and dedication and sacrifice. And that means a lot to me. And you've served this agency so well over the last 8 years. You've been a great mentor to staff. We just can't thank you enough. And we just appreciate your service, and wish nothing but the best for you as you embark in your next chapter of whatever service you plan on doing. But thank you for all that you've done for this agency, and thank you for your leadership.
Well, you're quite welcome. It's been my pleasure.
Well, thank you, Carter. And once again, I wish we could do this in person, but I think you feel the sentiment of the board and staff.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
That takes us to our next step, which is the introduction of newly appointed board members and alternates. So starting off with Carter, we do, as he said, the council appointed Denny Franklin as his replacement. And Denny, if you'd like to take a few minutes to introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Denny Franklin. I usually don't cough like this. I'm from Frisco, have been a citizen of Frisco for the last 25 years. And prior to that, I was a citizen of Plano. So basically, I've lived my entire adult life here. I was born in Dallas, so I am a native Texan. So this Texas draw is as authentic as it gets. So I'm looking forward to working with the board, and I'm also looking forward to seeing what I can contribute to DCTA. So, and I'm also very glad to still have access to Carter for the next few meetings and such. So thank you all, and look forward to it.
Board and staff are here to help in your transition.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I appreciate a lot of patience.
You need to remind them that you're a UNT graduate. And
Oh yes, graduate of UNT. I've done projects with as they move to Frisco. some of the 33,000 students that are going to be in Frisco. And they're building a new facility here in Frisco, which has a lot of higher tech things than what we're used to. And of course, they're still trying to figure out what a new college classroom is going to look like as well. Do we have a lot of cameras? Do we have a lot of off-site stuff, and how we coordinate all that? And I've been working closely with the dean, Dr. Wesley Randall, on a lot of little things temporarily. And and I also attend council meetings and Chamber of Commerce meetings on his behalf. So kind of got my hands in both places up there in Denton. So once again, it's another challenge that I'm looking forward to. And I just started mentoring students at North Texas. I just signed up.
Well, welcome. Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Okay, thank you very much.
And our next alternate to talk about is my alternate. As you know, Michael Levitt retired after many years of service with Highland Village and on DCTA. And I'm happy to announce that our mayor, Charlotte Wilcox, will be the alternate for Highland Village. Charlotte, you think you needed to add one more thing to your plate, huh?
I work better under pressure.
Yeah. Oh, well, we can certainly offer that.
Let's go with that. Hey, but Denny, I'm also a native Texan, but I have you beat. I was born on Texas Independence Day. So, yeah. So, and I look forward to serving on this board with everybody and get to know everybody better. And we sure do miss Mike. I know DCTA misses Mike and the history that he brought, but hopefully I can somewhat fill his shoes. A lot of tissue paper in the end of the shoes.
Most definitely. Well, thank you for being here, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a new alternate for Louisville. TJ, do you want to introduce her?
Okay.
1 minute.
Sorry, had to get to my unmute button. Yeah, if y'all don't mind, I'd love to introduce the city of Louisville's newest council member. She's our mayor pro tem currently. She's an engineer by training, and so very detail oriented, very focused, brings a wealth of knowledge, lives in Old Town Louisville, and we think council thinks that she's going to be a great addition to the team and can really get into the details and help this organization grow. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen, and maybe she can give you a little more detail about herself and why she's interested in transit.
Thanks, TJ. Just quick correction, I'm the deputy mayor pro tem, and not mayor pro tem. But yes, I am the newest member of the Louisville City Council. I was elected in May of 2019. My first year in office has been incredibly entertaining. When TJ asked me if I was interested in serving on the DCTA board, I just absolutely, as he mentioned, I live in Old Town. I think the rail and just in general, the public transportation system is something that as we continue to grow as a region is just going to need, we need better public transportation. And I know that that's the primary focus of this organization, and I'm super excited to be a part of the board, even if it's just listening and getting up to speed. As Denny mentioned, there's a lot to learn. So I'm happy to be here and happy to learn more about what y'all are doing and how I can help.
Well, Kristen, we're super excited to have you, and it won't be just listening. Certainly we'll be looking for input as well. So we're excited to have you, and it's awesome that you live in the area so that you really have that firsthand experience. So thank you so much for being willing to serve in this capacity. Okay, so let's get rolling. We're going on to our public comment. This agenda item provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board of directors on any agenda items or other matters relating to the DCTA. Each speaker will be given a total of 3 minutes to address any items. Anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. Any person who wishes to address the board of directors regarding any items may do so by utilizing the raise hand function of the Zoom meeting at this time. Citizens that are not able to connect virtually to the Zoom meeting must email his or her public comment to bpdron@dcta.net no later than 3 p.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, 2020 to ensure the comment will be read. The board of directors is not permitted to take action on any subject raised by a speaker during public comments. However, the board of directors may have the item placed on future agenda for action, refer the item to DCTA administration for further study or action, or briefly state existing DCTA policy, or provide a brief statement of factual information in response to the inquiry. Do we have any?
I do not have any, and I do not see any hands raised.
Other than the guy behind TJ? Okay, so we have no requests for comments at this time. So this brings us to our executive session. The board will convene into closed executive session for the following. As authorized by section 551076 of the Texas Government Code, the board of directors meeting may be convened into closed executive session for the purpose of deliberating regarding security devices or audits, presentation and discussion of the agency cybersecurity assessment report. And it is 10:19 a.m.
Give me just a few seconds.
You can leave the room because there's no action.
Hello?
Hello?
Are we back in session?
No, we haven't called to order yet.
We're trying to get everything ready.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
You ready? Okay. So the board will reconvene. There is no action to be taken at this time, and it is 11:06. Okay, this brings us to agenda item consent agenda, which is items 1 through 4. Number 1, consider approval of September 24th, 2020 meeting minutes. Agenda item number 2, consider approval of the monthly financial statements for September 2020 and quarterly reports for FY20. Agenda item number 3, consider approval of interlocal agreement with King County, Washington for cooperative purchasing. And agenda item number 4, consider approval of interlocal agreement with City of Lubbock, Texas for cooperative purchasing. Yes.
Mayor Watts.
Mayor Watts?
Yeah, I can barely hear you. I mean, I could make out what you were saying, but I could barely hear you.
Okay, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay,
Let me see what I can do on my end. Hold on 1 second.
okay.
But I will make a motion for the consent agenda as well.
So there's a motion by Mayor Watts, a second by TJ. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The vote was unanimous. The motion passes. Okay, thank you. Mayor, can you hear me better?
I mean, it may just be me. Maybe I need to turn let me see if I need to turn I'll turn my volume up a little bit. There we go.
Diane, do you have a microphone in that room? Because that would help.
We do.
Yes,
We tested it yesterday and it worked great.
yes.
I had a quick question on the FTA POP formula funding that was mentioned on item, I think it was item 2. There's like 8.8 million. Do we know what that money can be used for?
Yes, we typically program those expenses or those formula funds for preventive maintenance, operating assistance. It can be used for fleet purchase as well. Typically each year we kind of get together with applicable departments that would potentially have grant eligible projects or expenses to program those funds. With the CARES Act funding that we've received, we're using that funding first for operating assistance. And so we're going to kind of regroup and look to see how we program those funds. We're also waiting until after the transformation initiative is complete to get those recommendations regarding service. If that impacts the fleet needs going forward, we'll look at updating the fleet replacement plan, which would then also impact, the funding that we would program for those reimbursements. So we have several years once the program of projects funding is approved. We have some time to program and do all of, the paperwork required for that. So we're just waiting until those couple of next steps so that we get a better picture of how we want to program those funds.
And we've talked about bringing an item in the future to the board that kind of shows the different types of federal funding that we have and how it can be programmed. So we'll try to tee that up in the next couple of board sessions if that's something the board would like for us to do.
Okay.
I have a lot of things frozen, so if we take a break, I can't control a lot of things right now.
Okay, so don't take a break right now.
No, I need a break so I can try to get this.
Okay, how much time do we need?
I have no idea.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Can they hear me right now?
They should be able to.
Okay.
hear
Yes. So
We can-
Brandy's having some technical issues. Sorry. Diane, we can hear you
So we're
and we
up.
can see you.
Who's talking?
That's Christina.
It's Christina.
Christina. Yeah, so if we can do a 10-minute break so we can get some of this technical issue corrected. It is 11:10. If we can take a 10-minute break to 11:20.
Okay.
I don't know yet. Okay, go.
Right, ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it's 11:20. Let's see, TJ, you said you had a question?
Yeah, just that 8.8, is that our normal allotment, or is that over and above what we normally get, Marissa? I'm just trying to, we got all these different funding mechanisms, just trying to wrap my head around how they all work.
We normally get historically, we've gotten roughly 6 million a year, between 6 and 7. Starting this year, we've received fixed guideway funding, which we just became eligible for this past year after 7 full fiscal years of running rail. You become eligible for fixed guideway funding. And that's roughly 2 million as well. So that annual program of projects is now roughly 8 million. It varies each year with the formula. But yeah, so we use that for, like I said, fleet, preventive maintenance. There's a portion that we use for our access service, ADA paratransit, safety and security as well.
Okay.
There's a variety of things that we can use it for.
So this is our normal funding. It's just that we've hit a new threshold because of our activity. Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so this brings us to informational reports. So for those that are new to the board, informational reports is just that. It's information that doesn't require any action. We're bringing it forward. You will see the package numbers for each specific item. So item number 1 is the monthly financial reports, and that's in your package from page 45 to 51. And certainly if there's any questions for staff, they're here to take those questions. Mayor, can you hear me? Okay, go ahead. Okay.
No, I had a question. I didn't know if they were going to go through the reports and then ask questions. I'm not sure how we wanted to do that. My question is pretty easy, I guess. It's on actually the first report on page 46. When I'm looking at the memo, so I want to make sure I understand this correctly, because when I look over at the table on 46, so correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like that when we get in our September numbers, that we're going to be over the original budget, which to me is remarkable. I mean, we all thought that, I mean, the cities did as well, that things were just going to fall off the cliff. But okay, I just wanted I wanted to make sure that I was seeing that correctly. Okay.
Yes, we're trending year to date 2%, 2.7% above prior year. And so, yes, assuming the same trend, we would expect to be over our original budget, which is why the last couple of months, if you recall, we've been revising the budget to kind of capture that additional sales tax. So yes, that's certainly what it's looking like. So, you know, as time goes on in the FY21 budget, we've kind of said internally, of course, subject to board preference, that we're going to kind of wait and see what the first quarter looks like, and then possibly look at some budget amendments on the revenue side, depending on how sales tax is looking.
All right. Is it floor still open for questions?
Yes.
All right. On the just on page 52 of the budget or of the packet, just so that and I'm comparing that with the graph on, what is this? It's sort of printed over at 54. For just my clarification, when I look at the September numbers for ridership for the bus, 54,773, it says Connect Bus. I think in my mind, I've always associated quote unquote Connect with Denton, but I think that might be wrong here. Is this meaning every rider, whether it's North Texas or Denton, Louisville, or any other bus system that we're providing? Is that what that number is representing?
In the chart, that number represents UNT, NCTC, Denton and Louisville Connect, and Highland Village Connect. In the chart on page 54.
Yeah. Oh, right, but on page 52, the actual number, the 54,773, I think it does represent what you just described, because when you multiply that times 5 or 6, you sort of get that graph representation.
Is that correct, Marissa?
It's all ridership.
Yes, bus includes both Connect service, all of our fixed route service. So Connect service as well as UNTs.
So I think what would be helpful, and it's just probably in a white paper or just an email, is because we do show a pretty big bump, but that's, I think, probably due to the school. So it'd be interesting to know how much of that is attributed to the UNT service. I don't need to know that answer now, because I was trying to figure out sort of where the ridership is on a daily basis, but per maybe system, but this is a total number.
Okay.
And that was all I had on that.
Okay, thank you. TJ?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have to support that Mayor Watts comment there. That would be super helpful to break that out just between the two, especially now that we're dealing with the now times with COVID. My question was on item 1, the mass update. Could I get staff to give us an update on where you are with the negotiations with Spare Labs and VIA?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to provide kind of an update as to where we are at currently. Let me turn on my video. At this point in the Transformation Initiative report that was sent out in Friday's email, you will see a specific note where Accenture asked staff, after further review, Accenture asked staff to kind of pull back the reins slightly on moving forward with any sort of further negotiations. They just wanted to make sure that everything aligned with their future state recommendations. And they were still in the process of working through their timing on those recommendations. So they asked us to press pause a little bit. We did so accordingly, but still are working with SPARE as well as VIA on the technology component, so that once we have a little bit more information related to the type of service that the Accenture study will recommend, that we're not starting from scratch. And so in speaking with Chris Newport and his team, they felt very confident in that approach. And so now that we have the Transformation Initiative workshop scheduled for November 5th, we will be prepared to take the findings from that workshop, share those final findings and priorities that are stated and selected by the board. We'll take those and be able to share those with VIA and SPARE. And then from that point forward, we can move forward. But they stand at the ready, and we are just working alongside with Accenture to make sure that our timing is appropriate.
Super.
We
That
agreed to share data with them, so we've met with VIA and SPARE, I think with their CEOs and all their staff. So I think everybody's genuinely excited about working with each other. The details as to what service is going to be recommended, exactly where, is really where we haven't come back with a final. We haven't really engaged in that kind of conversation yet, because as you recall in the last board meeting, there was an interest in making sure that we were aligning these initiatives. So that's what we're trying to do. I don't think it'll take us very long after we get the recommendations and the board and everyone's in agreement with the type of service and how we want to implement it, that we can sit down with the contractors and decide what the delivery strategy is going to be.
Okay. And that's great. I fully support that timing and that concept. What I'm hearing is that we're going to get concepts that the board can weigh in on, and then those are going to be taken back to VIA and SPARE Labs to do a final proposal, if you will.
Absolutely.
Yes, VIA, SPARE Labs, and also we're trying to work with DART and Trinity Metro because of the GoPass system. And there's a lot of synergy between all of our platforms. So we don't necessarily want to be doing something independent that doesn't dovetail into our folks being able to travel into Fort Worth or Dallas. And so we're trying to be very methodical about how we engage with all these technology providers. I think that the conversations are going well. We don't have anybody that's saying they won't work with anyone else. So we're standing at the ready, and once the board has the opportunity to, and DCTA for that matter, staff has the opportunity to understand where Accenture is suggesting that we go, then we can sit down and, as you stated, sit down with them and chart a path forward and bring it back to the board for consideration.
One thing I'm a little concerned about, and so I just want to voice it here, is I think we've all been very clear that consistency to the customer is vitally important. I think we're all in agreement on that. That there shouldn't be multiple apps, there shouldn't be all kinds of different things going on. What does concern me a little bit is I have not heard enough of a distinction between SPARE Labs and VIA to make me think that we need two contracts. To my mind, one contract.
Guaranteed to one of them. Sorry, TJ, go ahead.
To my mind, one contract is going to be a simpler, more focused look at providing additional services. Unless you can tell me, hey, their contract is going to be doing this piece and that contract is going to be doing that piece, but it's all seamless to the customer, I'm going to have some concerns.
Sure.
Well, and I think that we will know more once Accenture is able to share on November 5th that future state recommendations. I think part of that discussion and part of that workshop will be how do we leverage these SPARE contracts in order to kind of fulfill that recommendation. So I don't think that we have, a planned path forward at this point. I mean, we are really looking for the recommendations from Accenture and for direction from that board workshop in order to put together a plan that the board is supportive of.
Super, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Watts?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I do support that as well, because I know at the last board meeting, when the contracts were presented to us, they had certain specificity to the zone definitions, like for the city of Denton and then for the city of Louisville. And I couldn't speak for Louisville, but for the city of Denton, I was a little concerned that, how's that going to work, and are we short? So I guess when I hear about Accenture and their recommendations, how are they developing cost kind of projections for these recommendations? Are these recommendations more high level and they're not going to be with that at that level of specificity? Because if we don't know what some of the things we're wanting to try cost, how is that? I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand the final report from Accenture. Is that going to be specific recommendations, i.e. to the level that we received last board meeting about, okay, you want a zone here, you want a zone there, you want to do the whole city here? And if that's the case, how are they using their own cost projections, or are they collaborating with some others?
I believe in legal counsel, I don't know if we're able to go into detail on this item specifically. I think what we might want to do is, under the transformation initiative that's on the regular agenda, Chris Newport with Accenture, he may be on the call right now, but he'll definitely be on the call for that portion. That might be a good time to ask some of these questions and have Chris answer specifically. I mean, we see the report at the same time that it's sent to the board. So, I would hate to assume based on our conversations. I think it might be better if those questions are directed to him.
Okay, fantastic. I will hold that question. Thank you.
Okay. So agenda item number 2 is ridership trend report, which is in the packet pages 52 to 58. Election 2020 free ride campaign overview, and that's in our packets on page 59. DCTA Board of Directors terms and reappointments, packet pages 60 to 61. Okay, any questions? Okay, so this, yes, Mayor Watts.
I'm still trying to figure out how to navigate this thing, and you think I would already have it down. And I don't need the answer right now. I think it just would be helpful for me just to understand on the board appointment dates and just what some of the, how were those derived, and what do the bylaws say about either board appointment dates or notification on expiration of terms, and who does that at what time frame to the member cities and things such as that. Because I think that would be helpful for me, and I think probably helpful for the future council to have that, because I don't know exactly from a statutory perspective how this is all being derived. But I don't need to go into it today. I just maybe something from legal or something in an email that would help describe that.
Joe?
Yeah, are you also looking for something procedural too on how the member cities get notified of these dates and so forth?
Yeah, just sort of a
when do they get notified, and
who does it? Who's responsible for that? Just sort of a memo on just that as far as process and the statutory enable the statutes that provide for that, whether it be bylaws or state statute.
Got it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, this brings us to our regular agenda item number 1. Discuss and consider resolution R20-21 authorizing the issue of Denton County Transportation Authority sales tax refunding bond service 2020. In our package, pages 62 to 97. And Marissa.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Back in June, I believe, at either our board meeting or the budget workshop, Mayor Watts had asked about our outstanding debt and which portions of that would be eligible for refunding. Laura and I have been in conversations over the past year and a half or so, I would say, talking about potential debt issued, debt funded projects that we potentially had kind of coming down the pipeline. Obviously with COVID and the drop in interest rates, you will see this is a great time to be looking at refinancing that debt. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Laura to present the bids that we've received. And then also Bob Dransfield, who is our bond counsel, is on the line as well.
Great, thanks, Marissa. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
Great. So we took bids yesterday. We did sort of a competitive private placement process, is what I would describe it as. So we sent out a term sheet and information about the authority's finances, and received 3 bids back yesterday before the cutoff. And the low bid, I don't know if you guys have that next, if this is something that you guys have in front of you now, but there's a summary of bid sheet that I think exists somewhere.
That should be the next slide, Brady.
Okay. There we go. So Bank of America was the low cost provider at 0.99%. They're actually the holder of the bonds that we're refunding, so that makes things a little bit simpler. We had 2 other really solid bids with American National Bank and Truist. Truist is the new name for BB&T and SunTrust's merger, for those of you who are familiar more with those names, but all actually pretty attractive rates. But the Bank of America rate is extremely competitive. So they have slightly different costs or fees they were going to pass on to the authorities. So when we recalculated and weighted it for those fees, you can see that the true interest cost there on the right. So the Bank of America bid was still the lowest, even though they had slightly higher costs, not surprisingly though. And so we were very pleased with that and certainly recommend that you award the bonds to Bank of America. The next slide actually shows the benefit of the refunding over what we showed you at the last meeting. So this is sort of the same format we used last time. So the outstanding debt there is on the left, your current payments. What we showed last month at the board meeting was the structure that we decided to go with that had slightly extended term, but allowed for more capacity in a couple of years. So there's the September 24th numbers, and then you can see how the Bank of America bid actually translated into even more savings. And anyway, like I said, we were really pleased with the benefit there. And then again, at the bottom, you can see the summary. So we were estimating a borrowing cost back then at 1.72, came in all in at a 1.10. So that includes all transaction costs, the way that gets calculated, and all the savings shown are net of all transaction costs as well. So anyway, super excited about the results and be happy to answer any questions. And if there's legal questions, I know, like I said, Bob can speak to the resolution part of it.
Okay, I lost Mayor Watts. I don't see him, but Mayor Watts.
Lost him.
Uh-oh, I think he had a question, but.
And Brandy, I know that you're still having some screen issues. I do not see Mayor Watts on the call anymore. I'm wondering if he got disconnected.
Yeah, we lost him, but he is back now trying to reconnect.
Okay.
Okay. Laura, is there anything else you want to say while we're getting him back on, or?
No, but I'm happy to review anything that the mayor missed.
No, that's fine. I apologize for that. I think my Wi-Fi went down temporarily. That is remarkable. A percent, I mean, 1.008%, even after costs. So I guess, so the savings went from the 1.2 to the 1.7 in the present value is what I'm looking at there.
Correct.
And then I just wanted, how much did that increase our debt capacity? How much did that add to that from last time? Let's see here.
You know, I didn't rerun the additional capacity over.
That's okay. No, that's okay.
Right, we can do that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I just was curious, but that's shocking. Anyway, I just started laughing when I saw it, so I apologize for being on camera, because that's just, I mean, that's just free money. I mean, it's just literally free money. So anyway, okay. Nope. I apologize for getting knocked off.
And the bond resolution is included in your packet on pages 63 through 97. Obviously, there were blanks since the bids were due yesterday. So we have Bob and his team have updated all of this with those final numbers that were delivered. Those documents were delivered here this morning, but it's basically just incorporating the information from this bid into the resolution. So again, Bob, Laura, and I are happy to answer any questions, and otherwise we would ask for approval of the bond resolution.
Bob, did you want to make any comments?
Well, I would just quickly confirm what Laura's talking about. Very attractive rates, obviously. Realize this is the last action item that the board needs to take for consideration of this matter. The transaction is intended to close about the middle of November. I think November 19th is our target closing date. And just to recall and remind everybody, we can go out for a period of longer than 5 years because these are refunding obligations. So, you know, that's a process that works. Several years ago, the law got changed to give you the ability to do a little bit longer term financing if you're doing a refunding, which is what this one is. So this will be, as I say, the last stop for the board to take in terms of this. Then the process will go through, as typically your bonds would, to the Attorney General's office for their approval. And when that approval is secured and the bonds are registered by the comptroller, then the obligations become incontestable obligations, except for some sort of a fraud or a constitutional defect, neither of which are present here. So, you know, with this process, I think this will do what you want to do should the board act on this resolution today. And we'll look forward to getting you to the closing table here shortly if that's the desire of the board. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have. I will say that Bank of America was very flexible, and they're making some modification to this, because normally you had a cycle that has the call date on a certain date, and they've waived all those things. And so this is going to result in the transaction closing and the bonds that you're refunding being paid off on the same day. And that's going to be a nice savings, if you will, just time-wise, if nothing else, for the authority.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bob and Laura. So this is an action item, so I will entertain a motion.
Move that we approve the resolution.
Okay. Motion, second?
Second, Cesar.
Cesar, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 The vote,
Aye.
the vote was unanimous. The motion passes. Thank you again, Laura and Bob, for y'all's very hard work.
You're quite welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Bob and Laura and their teams have been great to work with. And so I just wanted to thank them again as well.
Our pleasure.
Well, with your permission, we'll hop off then, unless you need us to stick on the meeting.
Hop off if you like.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to agenda item number 2, discuss and consider approval of excess rail liability coverage. And this is a possible action item. Marissa, back to you.
Yes, ma'am. We have Robert Wagner on the call from McGriff, Siebels and Williams. McGriff is our broker of record. They have secured our excess rail liability coverage for the past 5 to 6 years. Since we started securing coverage separate from DART. Prior to that, we were included on DART's program in a combined coverage. And so just kind of as some background before I hand it over to Robert, we have an ILA with DART for our shared services. That ILA requires the DCTA maintain $125 million in excess rail liability coverage. And so today we're going to discuss 2 different options with you. One is the potential to combine coverage with our regional agency partners. We're in discussions with DART and Trinity Metro. Like I said, prior to FY17 through FY16, we were on a shared policy. And then the other option is what we've done kind of the last few years, which is securing coverage individually. So Robert is going to kind of give us an update on the market, and then Raymond and I will be discussing the regional option as well.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
We have a presentation here for you today on just kind of give you an overall overview, because this is a very difficult insurance market, for lots of reasons that we're going to go over. and to try to get some background information that hopefully will be helpful for the board going forward. Go ahead, next. So one of the things that we're going to be talking about a lot is capacity or insurance capacity. Capacity is the amount of insurance limits that a carrier has available and is willing to offer. You could also look at it as the maximum amount of exposure to loss an insurer is willing to or can insure. So capacity is kind of really the key factor that we're dealing with right now because of lots of reasons. Insurance regulations require an insurer to maintain funded reserves, have the capacity to cover, sufficient to cover all their potential losses. So everything that they quoted and bound in coverage, they have to be able to cover that and have to have funds for that. So the amount of capacity an insurance carrier has can be reduced by paid losses, paid insurance losses. It can be reduced by reduced premium revenue, interest income. And then the amount of capacity an insurance carrier has is also subject to how much capacity they've also extended to other insurance accounts, other insurers. So if an insurance carrier has $2 million in capacity available, and they're insuring DCTA for $1 million and the city of Louisville for $1 million, they don't have any more capacity to offer another account. So when you, with that in mind, then you take a look at what our slide here, and you see where they have we've had back-to-back catastrophic. Go back, Brandy, the previous one. So we had back-to-back global catastrophic insured losses. 2017 was the highest, largest insured loss year globally ever recorded. 2018 was the fourth highest. So in order to, they pay out all those losses. In order to build back up their capacity, they have to find revenue, right? They have to increase rates, and that's been a huge increases overall. The whole insurance industry has been impacted by those global losses. So when you also look at capacity, if an insurance carrier has in one insurance market, such as rail liability, decides not to write that coverage anymore, then their capacity is no longer available, and your overall available capacity from all insurance carriers is reduced. So carriers that are withdrawing, or they're only saying we're not going to write in this certain area or this certain geographical region, we're only going to write in this region, and so all of that affects the total capacity that's available. Which also, when capacity goes down, then prices go up as well. COVID-19 has had an impact. There's not been an insured loss event to a catastrophic extent. There's still a lot to be sorted out on that through litigation going forward. But to date, it's not been an insurance event, but it has certainly had a huge economic impact. And insurance carriers, like everyone else, are dependent upon interest revenue or just overall healthy economy. So that being said, you can kind of see that last slide is where we're at. The last bullet point there is where we're at. So when we go specific to the go ahead, Brandy. So when we go specific to the rail liability industry, insurance industry, you have market. You have catastrophic losses here recently have been kind of the transportation insurance industry, of which rail liability is a part of. So you have losses. Then you have Zurich or Steadfast, who has been one of the largest primary rail liability insurance markets in the world. And they were the lead insurance carrier on DCTA's program for several years. They, this year, have completely withdrawn from the rail liability market. And so we have one of the very largest carriers out there that pulls out from this market. There's a substantial amount of capacity that's pulled out, and has a huge impact on the whole rail industry. Zurich is on a majority of rail liability programs nationally. So when you do that, and then you have the remaining more limited number of carriers, they've also pulled back their capacity. So a carrier that may have been willing to offer $25 million in coverage, we only want to extend $10 million this year, and for a higher rate, just because of all this kind of cumulative effect that we've been dealing with. there's part of this that we're also facing is this year was the carriers have a fewer number of carriers to approach, but a much longer process because they were being much more selective, much more conservative, requiring much more information and taking a lot longer time to analyze and evaluate a potential account. And then just purely from, like, we all are facing different working conditions and remote working conditions for the insurance industry. That's had an impact because they need longer time to look at things, but also just in general inefficiencies have created a lot of delays. It takes a lot longer for an underwriter to give us their response. And then we kind of talked about capacity. If the carrier extends their capacity to one insurance carrier, one insured that may not have the capacity to write another account, and some of their capacity is limited to geographical regions. And that's what we're facing right now with DCTA and DART being right here in the same region. The DART program takes up a lot of capacity. And so that in the past, this hasn't been an issue because there's plenty of capacity to go around. This year, it became an issue. And so you have a twofold here. You got DART taking up a lot of capacity, and they are an additional insured on the DCTA program. And so, insurance carriers that are looking at both see this potentially as, we don't want to be insuring DART twice. It doesn't really work out that way, but it does create some concerns for them. So we can go to the next one. So, with all that being said, because of the limited capacity, there is no one insurance carrier that'd be willing to ride $125 million on their own. So it takes multiple carriers in what's called a limit layer program. We start with the primary insurance layer, and then in this case it's 10 million. So that would be the insurance limits, insurance available right after the deductible. They would pay after a deductible. 10 million primary, they pay up to $10 million. And then you have excess layers of limits above that, $25 million in excess of the $10 million primary. Those carriers would not pay a loss until the loss exceeds the $10 million primary and gets into their layer, and they build up these layers. So it takes many carriers, you can see, because they are only offering, in this case with Zurich pulling out, it took, you have Lloyd's, Aegis, Hiscox, Convex, and Beasley. It took those four carriers to combine in order to provide just its first $10 million in primary coverage. Then the other carriers, and as you get into the excess layer, they may be willing to offer more capacity, 25 million in excess of 10. But as you can see here, it takes many carriers. And then we also have some of the, some of the major carriers that are in this market are Zurich, Westchester, no longer writing or not offering. Zurich, Westchester is not interested right now. And then we have some other carriers. As you look at this, I think you see that we've gone globally. We're going to the global insurance market. So if we kind of go to the next one, I think this will kind of get us to where we're at. So as we're going through that, each trying to get all this put together, it certainly became apparent that serious capacity issues, excessive pricing, and so so in order to avoid any potential lapse in coverage as we approach the 10/1/20 expiration date and effective date of DCTA's renewal, the $10 million in primary limits through the Lloyd's, offered by the Lloyd's program, was secured and bound within available budgeted funds, effective 10/1/20 to avoid any lapse in coverage. So, just for some peace of mind on that, the 125 million is solely a requirement in the DCTA DART shared services interlocal agreement, and is not based on any other contractual requirements but that contract with DART. DCTA, as a governmental entity, has limited liability exposures under the Texas Tort Claims Act to $100,000 per person, $300,000 per occurrence for bodily injury, and $100,000 per occurrence for property damage. Now, DART has a separate trackage rights agreement with the Dallas-Garland Northeastern Railroad. And in that contract, it requires DART to maintain $125 million in rail liability insurance. And as an additional insured on the DCTA program, that's kind of how it circles back around to where they are requiring that in your contract. So that's where we are. That's what got us here. So we are currently continuing to market, go out, find additional markets, and again, they're a very limited number. As you can see on that list, we went to 15 total. There's 15 on that list, but I'm not going to say that that's a complete list, but we are only going to be looking for A-rated or financially sound carriers. And that is a pretty exhaustive list. And we're certainly doing everything we can to find any other potential markets, trying to get any better pricing and improved pricing on the layers that we do have. And the way the way the program works, the $10 million primary coverage that was bound effective 10/1, that is in effect the policy. Excess limits can be stacked on, and they can be added to that during the policy period and be effective for the remainder of the policy period. It is that primary policy that is the policy. The limits are just added to those. And then we're also, as Marissa indicated, they're also looking for and identifying any other potential options, and we're doing everything we can to assist and help with those efforts. Next slide. This is just a demonstration. This is your coverage that was bound effective 10/1. It was set up with as a 13-month policy to expire on 10/31/2020 for the purpose of one of the intents, depending on how things go with DART currently. One of the intent would be to be able to go onto the DART program potentially next year or this year. But if we do it next year, then this policy would line up with their insurance policy dates. There are 11/1 to 11/1 and avoid any duplications of coverage or just be an easier transition long term. So with that, Marissa, or questions?
Yes, and so just kind of in summary, so thus far we have bound 10 million in coverage of the required 125 million. McGriff has received quotes for layers up to 90 million of that 125. And that's where Robert mentioned they're continuing to solicit quotes and see if we can identify the additional capacity to get us to that 125. I did want to mention as well, he mentioned our tort caps. Since DCTA has been on its own policy, we have not had any claims under this policy. So every time I say that, I have to knock on wood. But so that's a point of a point to note as well. This is a contractual requirement through our DART ILA. But based on the tort caps in our history, obviously we don't intend on utilizing this coverage at any point. We have been in conversations with DART since early this summer, talking about the potential of combining coverage for savings and premiums. At the time earlier this summer, as Robert mentioned, DART's policy has a November 1 policy date. DCTA's is October 1. And so kind of at that point, we decided DCTA would work on securing a 13-month policy so that we could line up next year and kind of look at it in a year. As we've received pricing thus far, due to all of the items that Robert has mentioned, it has become clear that we cannot secure the $125 million in coverage within our existing budgeted funds. And so we've been in conversations with DART anew over the last month or two to see what options we have to join in on their policy. DART has seen the same premium increases on their side. And so from that perspective, both DCTA and DART stand to see some cost savings by combining. I understand that it's an option that Trinity Metro is looking at as well for their insurance on the TexRail. And so I'll kind of turn it over to Raymond now to kind of talk about our hope for a more regional policy going forward. And of course, Robert's on to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Marissa. Just to add on to Marissa's points, and a great summary from both of you, thank you. We have been in conversations not only with DART, with Trinity Metro, but also the North Central Texas Council of Governments. There's a couple of ways to look at this excess rail liability. The primary driver of that obviously is accidents on rail lines. What's driven the increase in rail liability coverage for DART was the fact that they provide service on Class 1, and Class 1s also ride on DART's property. And nationally, when Amtrak started traversing, not nationally, I'm sorry, locally or regionally, when Amtrak started riding on DART's right-of-way, they were required to kind of step up to the Class 1 level, which is a $300 million policy. So while they went out to the market, they were also being challenged in finding the coverage that they needed. So we started talking to Michael Morris at the COG. We've had some good conversations about financially backstopping the transit agencies if necessary to get the coverage. So we really want to look at it in two ways. One is, what does it take to cover DCTA independently? And this is a conversation that I had with Gary Thomas at DART. We certainly want to look at optimizing the rail liability, being sure that we're efficient when we're going out to the market, that we're not, to Robert's point, that we're not actually competing with each other and driving up pricing. And certainly DART's policy is going to be a much larger, much more attractive policy. So we've had good conversations with DART. I think there's a great opportunity for us to ride on their policy, but it means that we will have to make DART's broker, Willis, the broker of record for that particular transaction. I think all the conversations that we've had thus far have been excellent. Marissa and I have a conversation tomorrow with their CFO and Gary Thomas, their CEO, to ensure that DART has the ability, willingness, and Willis has the capability of placing our insurance requirements with DART's, but at the same time, we didn't want to forfeit our ability to basically secure our own insurance policy. So in my opinion, we're not in too bad a shape. I would say that trying to get our own policy is going to be excessively expensive. I'm not recommending that. I recommend that we work with DART for not only that reason, but in conversations with DART staff about, actually Gary Thomas and his folks, there's certainly a lot of interest from DART and DCTA to look at more regional rail in the future. And so it just makes all the sense to me. I think it makes a lot of sense for DART, for us to, and for that matter, Trinity Metro, to really try to look at this as a regional rail policy. I know the COG is very interested in seeing that happen sometime in the future, but this is a really good next step. So that's kind of where we are. Just thinking about our insurance, we have general coverage, and this is excess rail liability insurance. It's been stated a couple of times. This is a contractual requirement of the ILA that we have with DART. It's not a federal requirement. It's not a legal requirement. It's I guess it's a legal requirement because it's contractual. But on the bus side, obviously, we don't have that type of excess rail insurance or excess rail. Sorry, I keep saying rail. Excess liability insurance on the bus side. So when you look at our insurance coverage, we have general coverage of $1 million. We have auto insurance coverage at $5 million on the bus side to cover us and for any accidents that might happen. We currently have a $10 million policy for rail, but that $10 million policy doesn't meet the requirements of the ILA. So what we're really talking about is how do we meet the requirements that DART has, not only with DART, but also with the DGNO. And it's roughly the same level of insurance that we've had in the past. So that's kind of where we are currently. If we do join up with DART, which we should know tomorrow, we would be bringing back to the board hopefully in November. The policy, the way these layers, if you will, come together, we'll have to actually secure $140 million, not $125 million. But it's our expectation in the conversations we had with DART that it shouldn't cost us much more than what we would have paid last year in insurance. We don't know exactly because they still have to go out to the market and secure it. But it's going to be much, much closer to what we're paying today than what we would have to do if we did it on our own. So that's the backstory on rail liability coverage. And I'm going to hand it back to Marissa.
We're happy to take any questions.
Mayor Watts? Unmute?
All right. Yep.
I'm sorry.
He muted again.
I said, no, I'm good. Yeah,
Oh.
I don't have a question. I'm sorry.
Okay, any questions?
I don't know if it's a question. I don't know if it's something I want to spend a lot of time on today. We've got a packed agenda, but I don't understand the end exposure. And I don't understand why different governmental entities are requiring each other to provide insurance for an exposure that doesn't exist.
And let me jump in just real quick. And this is a conversation that we can have at a later date, but a little history on this and going back and looking at the history when we first entered into this agreement with DART. That was the specific question that was asked, and a lot of discussions were had with DART's legal, that why are you putting this requirement on us just because we're going to be in your right of way? We this requirement is for you, not for us. And we tried to, we worked with them, but at the end of the day, that requirement would not come out of the agreement. So it was basically, contractual, and there wasn't a whole lot that we could do or have control over it wanting to use their right of way. But I think that's a conversation, that we're going to have, seeing that it's difficult now to get this type of coverage everywhere, not just here in this area, North Dallas.
Yeah, and I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I don't understand why whoever was requiring DART to have the coverage is requiring DART to have the coverage. Like, I don't understand where the need begins.
The need actually begins, and I'll try to summarize it, and then we can bring it back at a different time. Excess rail coverage was actually driven by major accidents that have happened across the nation, both on class ones where they're carrying different types of materials, hazardous materials, where you have derailments, and also including train-to-train collisions across the country where you've had catastrophic injury and death associated with train accidents. And so there's been an escalation nationwide. It used to be about 125 million that everybody covered. And the FRA came back through a series of incidents and made some recommendations. It's not just the FRA. There's a lot of federal agencies to try to assess what from legal actions that have been taken by a lot of plaintiffs over the years. That recommended level or threshold of excess rail liability was set at $300 million. And the class ones had then started carrying and requiring of their contractors $300 million worth of excess rail liability. So Amtrak and Positive Train Control for DART, because of the type of system that they're implementing, there's a technology that they use that is supplied by a company that is, for all intents and purposes, is owned by 8 of the major class ones in North America, which includes Canada. And that company requires that the agencies carry $300 million worth of rail liability insurance. So there are several reasons why the requirement has been put on DART. I don't think DART would want to carry the insurance if they didn't feel they had to either. And so there's two ways to actually address it. One is you carry the policy. The other one is you try to change the requirements. You can go to the state and try to limit the amount of liability coverage, which is going to be a really uphill battle because we'll be arguing basically against the class ones, and that's a really tough fight. It's not to say that we can't do it. It's just probably not going to be very effective. It'll take several sessions to try to make that happen. So the argument with DCTA with DART and not going to 300 million is that we're temporarily separated. We don't carry class 1 rail, but we still operate our own vehicles that have passengers going in separate directions. So they agreed that we didn't need to jump up in the coverage with them, that our liability was limited. But this is kind of a national thing that's putting pressure on class 1s and rail providers to carry additional insurance. Now that may not have answered your question, but I wanted to give you the backdrop as to why those liability coverages are expected on these rail lines regionally.
I think that's a fair attempt. And I guess this will be my last question on this. Is there liability that we have under federal law that is not, that the Texas Tort Claims Act does not prevent us from being, in other words, Texas Tort Claims Act is state law. If the federal law preempts that and we have exposure under some federal regulation, I understand where the need for the insurance, but maybe Joe can answer that question or maybe not.
Yeah, in the way that regulation, the federal regulation is written, and it was our opinion even back then that we do not, meaning DCTA does not have exposure under that provision. I call it the Amtrak provision for the class 1s.
Okay,
and
so ones have exposure. So if you want to use their right of way, they want you to have insurance to protect them from their exposure.
Correct.
Okay, now I have some understanding. Thank you for that tangent.
Mayor Watts?
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Just real quick, in a white paper would be great, or just a little brief legal memo. And that is, we can talk about whether we have exposure or not, but my question would become, if somehow, and that can always be argued, but what happens if we have a claim that exceeds our insurance coverage? That's, the liability of, either the board or liability of, what would happen in the case of, there's a claim that exceeds our liability coverage. And as I said, I don't need a detailed answer right now, but it'd just be, it'd be interesting to sort of see what the ramifications are based upon the state legislation and our bylaws, et cetera. So, yeah. But we spent, I don't need it right now, just something later on.
Okay. So we have this listed as possible action, Marissa.
Yes, we were hoping to ask the board to authorize the CEO to negotiate and obtain coverage either within our existing FY21 budget or to be ratified by budget amendment. Obviously, with this type of thing, time can be of the essence. So we were hoping to get that advanced approval and then bring it back to you next month if we have kind of some of these options solidified that we could present.
Okay, does the board have any comments about that?
So I guess, are you asking for us to move to approve the CEO to purchase insurance coverage?
Let me restate this, because the reason we put it in as a consideration is we wanted to make sure that the board's comfortable where we are today. If we're uncomfortable, it's all about risk management, right? So if we're uncomfortable with our situation and you needed us to proceed quickly, we're going to proceed as fast as we can with DART. I think we will reach my expectation based on our conversation tomorrow, if it doesn't change, we would proceed with having DART help us secure or be an additional secured, insured on their policy. And then we would bring it back as a normal action item. If the board is uncomfortable with where we are right now, and again, I see this as a contractual, but it's also a risk thing, to the mayor's point, is if you want us to proceed quicker, I would negotiate those terms with DART. So long as it's within the budget, I would approve the agreement and then get to the security as quick as we can. In my opinion, it's going to be a couple of weeks worth of difference. So we want to bring that up and get the board's guidance on how they would like for us to proceed with regard to the insurance.
Well, and then the additional option would be if the board wanted us to pursue the 90 million in coverage that we have currently quoted, but knowing that that is cannot be accommodated within our existing budget and therefore would require a budget amendment. And we believe that partnering with DART would be more cost effective.
But can I ask a question? This is Cesar. So my question is, it sounded like as the presentation was being done, the initial ask was, we need to go forward and get a $10 million policy for 13 months. Is that what you're starting? That was what you started with. Is that still what you want to do?
That is what we started with. The policy that we have bound does technically have a cancellation clause that would allow us to cancel with some penalties should we choose to be added on to DART's program. But we wanted to secure that primary 10 million for now so that we at least had some liability coverage while we work through additional options.
So that is kind of the initial ask of the board. Can we purchase $10 million through the end of October of next year to align us up with DART? That's what I'm hearing.
We have already bound that 10 million.
Okay, you already got the 10 million.
Yes.
Okay, you already got the 10 million. So
Yes.
So then your next question is then, are you asking from the board is, can we work for another month to secure the additional 115 million above that 10 million through either working through DART? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Working through DART, or as McGriff continues to try to negotiate pricing and obtain additional coverage.
Okay, I'm just trying to frame the question.
More clear. We need to press, in my opinion, we need to press pause on us getting our own insurance. And there's a little bit of a.
No, I'm clear on that you're trying to work through DART to get the anything above the 10 million. Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
And
So,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Sam.
So long as we're within the budgeted amount, that Raymond enter into an agreement with DART to obtain the additional coverage. The only thing I want to see is if it's above the budgeted amount, personally. Is that?
Yes,
okay.
that's what we're trying to. We're trying to ensure that we're covering DCTA's risk, that we're not exposing the agency, unduly exposing the agency. And we need board guidance on this, and we can proceed in either direction. Either you can approve a resolution to allow me to negotiate that and reach a resolution expeditiously with DART. I don't think I would be I don't think I would sign anything that's going to be over the budget, and likely for us to do that on our own is not going to be possible at this point. So to me, that's the course we need to move. And if you'd rather us bring it back in November, we can do that. It's just, it's the difference between the 10 million and the 145, or excuse me, 140 that we'd ultimately have to secure with DART. If you'd like for us to bring that back in November, we can certainly do that. If you want to give me the authority to reach a resolution with DART that's within our budget, then we would ask at this time for you to consider and approve a resolution that allows me to do so.
Mayor Watts?
On mute.
Well, as long as we have at least some coverage, I mean, obviously we haven't had a claim history.
but it only takes one. So, I mean, if 10 million, we think that's okay, and our legal counsel thinks that, you know, over 2 or 3 weeks, we can, because of the limitations and so forth, and DART's okay with it. DART's not breathing down our neck saying we're in breach of contract or whatever because we don't have the accurate. Do we know, DART, I believe, just secured their insurance policy here just recently. Do we know what they secured and how much that cost them?
They secured 300 million in coverage at a total cost of just under $3 million, it looks like.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
They secured the first 200, and then they've been out on the market trying to get that extra 100 million, and their board, I think yesterday, approved the extra 100 million. So they now have the 300 million that'll go into, it'll basically become effective on November 1st.
So the motion.
Can I check? Would the board just be comfortable through a motion authorizing Raymond to move forward with securing the, you know, the additional amounts that's necessary for the excess rail liability provided it's within budget?
Yes.
So I make a motion to that effect.
Second? Everybody?
Any discussion, any further discussion by the board members?
But that is placing some limited form of insurance to fill the gap. This
We
motion.
have it already.
Yeah, we already
Okay,
have that. We already have
so
it.
we're covered.
Yep.
It's just, okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
I don't see TJ.
Aye.
There we go. Okay. Okay. The vote was unanimous. The motion passes. Okay. It's 12:24. If we can take our lunch break at this time, and it can be a 20-minute if the board is good with that, or if they feel we need something longer, we're open.
Just Madam Chair, just to remind you, I'm going to need to step out about 1 o'clock.
Yes, and what I will try and do is not bring in an action item. I will try and until you get back, although I know Shannon is available as well.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank
I am here and I'm planning to be step in.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so let's take a 20-minute break. It's 12:25. If we can take a 20-minute break for lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
R20-20 approving fiscal year 2020 budget revision 2020. This is in your packet pages 99 to 111. Christina or Marissa, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you. We closed a hike and bike trail capital project during the FY20 budget cycle, and it had $60,000 left in that project. At the time, staff believed that all invoices had been received. Unfortunately, months later, we did receive a significantly delayed final invoice from our engineering firm on that project. The amount of that invoice was $24,000. This final invoice needs to be charged to that capital project, which is closed. So this budget amendment would basically allow staff to reopen the capital project, charge that final invoice to the project, and then close the project out for good. Marissa, do you have anything else to add?
I don't have anything to add. Did want to point out that even with this additional invoice, it's still under the original budget that was established when we closed the project. And this is really just a required step since we've approved the FY21 budget that had captured a lower amount for this closed capital project. But the backup information is in here. It's changing the total capital project budget from $2,935,000 to $2,960,000.
So with that, staff can answer any questions and recommends approval of this item.
Any questions by the board? Okay. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second, by Mr. Molina. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 4, discuss transformation initiative progress report. Nicole?
Thank you. On page 112 of your packet is where you will find the Transformation Initiative Progress Report. And so there are a couple of things that I did want to cover off on. And then also wanted to let you know that Chris Newport is available. Should Mayor Watts, if you would like to ask those questions that you asked earlier, or if any other board members have any questions. So I did want to provide a progress report that we are completely on schedule. I have to give a lot of kudos to Accenture as well as DCTA staff for really delivering and analyzing and staying on top of the timeline. It has been a rigorous task, but we are still completely on schedule as we have last reported. I did want to point out that last Friday, that what I mentioned earlier, that the progress report that was sent out from Accenture and sent directly to the board did call out the request to staff to press pause on those MOS procurements, just to ensure that we were aligning appropriately with the upcoming board workshop that's been scheduled for November 5th. And so as we mentioned before, Spare and Via stand ready. They are working on the technological side of things right now, but they stand ready that once the board has had an opportunity to workshop those future state recommendations and prioritize those, that we can then share information with them and we can move forward. I did want to confirm, thank you all for responding to the doodle poll. So on November 5th at 10 a.m., we have scheduled a specially called meeting, which will be a future state initiatives workshop. Next week, probably early to mid next week, we will be sending the board members from Accenture the final current state analysis results, as well as the future state recommendations results. And so those should be read and formulate your questions and whatnot so that we can have a pretty active workshop. I know that we're scheduled, I believe, until 4 p.m. on the 5th, but Accenture has promised me that they are doing their best to shorten that time frame, but we just wanted to make sure that all the board members have their day blocked for that purpose because we think it's going to be a really great conversation. And then the next step from that meeting is that Accenture will pull together all of those priorities and anything that was discussed during that workshop and present a final report to the board, which will then conclude the transformation initiative. So that is where we are at currently. I'm very pleased to report that we are on schedule. Chris Newport is available should you have any questions, and so I'll turn it over to the board.
Chris, is there anything you'd like to offer? Oh,
he may not have presenter status.
Oh, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't need presenters.
Yeah.
Chris, can you hear us? Oh, there
Yes.
I see you. All right. Is there anything that you wanted to add to the update that I provided?
No, I think you covered it. You covered it, Nicole. Just expand a little bit on what you can expect to see by way of the pre-read next week. We'll present the current state analysis and then the potential future state initiatives, which are best read together because the initiatives, of course, are grounded in the current state analysis itself. And then our plan and what we're designing against for the special called meeting first week of November would be to provide the board an opportunity we would provide a high level walkthrough of my dog barking, of the high level findings from the current state analysis, but kind of pivot to the future state initiatives that are potential areas that would address the opportunities in the current state analysis. And what we'd like to do is provide the opportunity to answer any questions that the board may have after its read through of those two documents, but stay high level if we can, so that we can maximize the amount of time that we have together focusing on the board's priorities to winnow. Last count, we had 62 different potential initiatives or opportunity areas, and we need to work with you to understand, to winnow that down, and then ultimately, after you assign your priorities as a board to the areas of focus that will provide the most value to the agency, that's when we would take away, go back and do some more homework and build out what will result in potential mini charters for each one of those initiative areas that will be built into a roadmap and the implementation plans for each of those items that the board prioritizes. I said maximize in time together there. That is maximize the time for discussion in that prioritization. I think that is going to be particularly valuable for both the board and for the work that we're able to do on your behalf. But we'd like to optimize the amount of time, which means spend the correct amount of time in the exercise, no more, no less. Reinforcing Nicole's point that we are going to do our best to avoid requiring you to hang with us for 6 hours.
And just if I could add on to that, I know, currently the timeline states that the transformation initiative will be wrapped up by Friday, November 13th. If there is need, once we have that specially called meeting on November 5th, if Accenture and the board identifies that there's need for Accenture to go back and do a little bit more of that homework and whatnot, we would then follow up most likely with another specially called meeting, since the November board meeting is super early. And so we don't feel that anything that comes out of the workshop on November 5th, that we would have enough information to turn around, get it posted in a day, and then have that discussion on November 12th. So should the outcome of that, be an additional conversation, staff stands ready to schedule that specially called meeting in order to close out the transformation initiative.
Very good. Mayor Watts?
Yes, Chris, to sort of republish my question before, when you guys are deciding your recommendations with specific kind of either modalities or things such as that, are you just using cost models that y'all have developed, or is that even part of the process? Just real briefly, are we going to get down to that level of granularity with the recommendations together with those potential costs from the report?
Yes, we've relied on a combination of DCTA data, other publicly available data, and then proprietary models as well. You can expect to see, take for example, excuse me. Dogs and then emerging Nerf war, I think, or a game of intruder.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Just by way of example, Mayor, in the area of fixed route, you can expect to see the analysis, and you'll see this in both the current state analysis and then built out a little bit more in the future state initiatives, where there are areas that could support fixed route, but there is not current service to those areas. You'll see specific recommendations there. Similarly, where there are routes that are seeing low ridership that could be better supported from a coverage perspective by a different mode, you can expect to see recommendations there with cost information behind it. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does, and it does about 90% of it. I guess when you say proprietary models, this is sort of the thrust of my question, and that is whether or not we have proposals from these sort of on-demand providers now, or when your recommendations come in. If the cost that you're implementing in the report, we don't have a proposal from them, so we don't have a cost. So I just want to make sure that even whatever y'all present, that doesn't mean, obviously it's a board decision, but we still have the opportunity to go out and bid those services out that are recommended, or a variation thereof, to see exactly, well, what are the real costs that we're looking at instead of,
That they would bring, sir?
yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Mayor, I view these are going to be complementary efforts, I believe, and they will
Okay.
be. I think that it will be helpful for the partners that the agency is considering.
Right.
To see the analysis and to see the potential areas of recommendation, and it should inform what they ultimately propose
Okay.
by way of optional approaches.
Gotcha.
They should be. It should be a good input for them, I believe.
Okay. Fantastic.
Absolutely. And if I could add that the proposals that we originally received from Speyer and VIA were just that. I mean, they were just proposals. And so we can wipe the slate clean and kind of go forward based on board direction on November 5th to have them kind of repropose and look at actual costs that would come straight from them. And so we have on our list that would be a next step after this workshop is then to kind of take the board's directive and redirect the two MOS contractors to kind of look at those requirements and kind of repropose a solution so that we can look at actual cost.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So Nicole, you had possible action on here.
Sure. So per the board, we are listing the transformation initiative as a possible action. At this point in time, we do not have any action. There might be, we'll have to kind of get into the board process a little bit as we look forward to that workshop on November 5th. There may possibly be some board action required on that day specific to the transformation initiative, but we would certainly identify those items on the board agenda. But at this time, there are no items for consideration of approval.
Okay. Okay. Other questions of the board? TJ?
Yeah, I'd be remiss, and I don't know, we've covered a lot of ground, but Nicole, have we discussed or has any conversation been given to Accenture regarding the annexation of Castle Hills?
I don't believe so. I mean, it is on DCTA's radar as the fact that I believe it's scheduled for next year. Is that correct?
Late 22 or early 22.
Yeah, I mean, it's on DCTA's radar for sure. But that's certainly something we could send information over to Accenture so that they can kind of see if that impacts their future state recommendations at all.
And Chris,
Absolutely.
that's our extraterritorial jurisdiction. It'll basically increase our landmass by about 7%, 8%, somewhere in that range.
TJ, you're speaking of the city of Louisville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Chris,
I'll send you
that.
Thank
I can send you all of that information after this meeting.
So just going through my list of things, I went, you know what? I don't know if Accenture actually realizes we're about to bring in a whole new section that will maybe need some sort of services.
Correct. And it's a good point. I mean, it's even a different demographic. So, I mean, I think having that information early would be very beneficial.
All right, Chris, let me know if there's anything you need. I'm sure Nicole has a bunch of it, but I know we can get it for you.
Thank you, sir. I may follow up with you after Nicole shares that information, but thanks for calling it out.
Thanks, Nicole. Thanks.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Ford. And Mayor Watts.
Yeah, one more. If we could, on the November board meeting, where we're looking at the report from Accenture, because we talked about it earlier, if there could be a report brought back after the discussions with the two providers, I think it's Spare Labs and VIA, and I think TJ had mentioned this, which ones, or what's the state of the technology and which one, if anyone, brings a more seamless approach to the technology and to the platform. So if we're able to combine that with that, so it sort of gives us a little bit more comprehensive report on at least these very similar kind of issues.
Sure, we can reach out to both contractors today to see if maybe they could put together a quick white paper identifying the benefits of their technology. That's not a due date that we've given them, and I know the due date to get inclusion into the upcoming board meetings. It's running really tight. But let me see what we can get. I mean, if we can't include it in a board meeting, we can certainly email it out to the board prior to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this brings us to agenda item number 5, discuss process of priority legislative communications during the 87th Texas legislative session.
Chris just had his hand raised. Oh, he was saying bye. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Packet page 113. And Lindsay, there you are.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Good to see everybody. Want to acknowledge Rick Dennis with Hilco, who is with us today as well as part of this conversation. Last month, we discussed communication efforts as it related to the upcoming legislative session, and there was an interest in having a little bit further discussion, digging in a little bit more about what y'all might be able to expect in terms of communications throughout the session. So as Madam Chair indicated, the board memo is on page 113 and provides an overview of what we are recommending. We would communicate throughout the session. So you would probably start seeing essentially at the end of the week a digest of all of the bills that would have been filed during that week, starting the week of November 9th when pre-filing begins. And then this would continue through the end of the bill filing deadline on March 12th. So that bill digest, so to speak, will essentially show you all of the bills that we've marked or we feel would be worthy of monitoring, whether that's because we feel it could have a negative impact or a positive impact, or it may just be something that we want to monitor for a particular reason. We will provide that information in that bill track report that you would receive every week. Then as things start to pick up as it relates to committee hearings being set, once all of the committee assignments have been finalized and there's a Speaker of the House elected, you know, Hilco will certainly be monitoring as those get set. We get notified, not exactly in real time, but pretty close to it. And Rick can certainly add to that if he is interested in doing so. But if a priority bill is scheduled for a hearing, we will then turn around and notify the board via email in as much real time as we can, you know, given the power of Telecon, the bill tracking software, and of course, Hilco's eyes and ears on the ground there at the Capitol. And with those notifications, of course, those would be associated with the priority bills that you've already seen in those weekly digests with the bill tracks, essentially. We anticipate including a recommended action for whatever that bill might be, with the justification associated with it. And just based on our assessment of that bill, you know, it could be if, you know, we want to go on record for the bill, if we feel maybe we want to have conversations with members of the legislature or committee members specifically, but may not want to go on record, we will include that type of information and recommendation. Or if we want to provide written testimony or drop a card of support, or ultimately, is it something that rises to the level that we feel strongly we need to actually be present and providing verbal testimony? So those will all be listed in the recommendations with those notifications that you'll receive via email. Now, of course, if this is, you know, action that you don't feel is appropriate, that you feel maybe we should take a different approach or strategy, you know, that is why we'll be providing that to you in as real time as possible to allow for that time for feedback and communications. And then, of course, as those bills continue on through the process, they get voted out of committee, they get scheduled for a floor vote or get added to calendars. If an amendment gets tacked on to it, anything like that, we would turn around and notify the board via email with the appropriate information. So with that, we would expect you all to start receiving quite a few emails from me directly, you know, starting early November. And, of course, we'll be forwarding on newsletters prepared by Hilco that provide more generalized legislative information as we lead up to, and as we go through the session. So I'll ask Rick if he has anything to add before passing over to the board.
Yeah, just thank you so much, Lindsay, and appreciate you guys making time to listen to what Lindsay put a lot of thoughtful consideration into crafting. I would just add a couple of things to that, really. And number one, our ability to discuss legislation as it interests the board certainly will not be limited to just once it is posted for a hearing. Hypothetically, obviously, if someone were to file a bill that would just eliminate Chapter 460 of the Transportation Code, we're going to be talking about that pretty quickly in the process, not just the week before it gets set for a hearing. So the general parameter that Lindsay has laid out certainly has necessary flexibility to it to allow for communication prior to that point in time. And then the second thing I want to add is on the back end, after we've had a committee hearing, let's say in House Transportation, where there are one or more bills that are of interest to DCTA that we decided to take an action on, perhaps it was we wanted to drop a card in support, we will of course be providing to the DCTA summary notes from that committee hearing where you can see not only a little bit of information on every bill that was considered by that committee that day, but certainly, of course, those that are of interest to DCTA.
Thank you, Rick. With that, happy to turn over to the board for further discussion and direction.
I've got a couple of things, Lindsay, maybe you can help me with on this one. Maybe it wasn't clear, maybe I don't remember properly, but I thought we had asked for a policy on how we would take action on critical legislation to come back to us.
Okay, we can certainly.
Sorry, TJ, I worked with Lindsay. I must have written it down wrong, but I did have that we needed to have some type of a communication process. So my apologies, I've guided her in the wrong direction. I didn't realize you were looking for a policy. So we might need a little more, if that's the direction that the board wants to go, we're going to need some more information and guidance so we know what to include in this policy. It was difficult, I think, for Lindsay and Rick to develop a communication process to try to help everybody feel comfortable with the level of engagement. So if this isn't suffice, we will need some additional direction.
Well, and what may help is maybe if we had a workshop in February or March, and we could discuss, specific legislation that staff wants to take a position on. I mean, there's not a lot of legislation that's going to affect DCTA, so I don't believe that the volume of bills that we're talking about is going to be overwhelming. Something crazy could happen, but I'm going to go with the probability of past sessions. So I would think that would be helpful. I mean, we can, if there's any action that we need to take, I think we can have the ability to do an emergency meeting and have that conversation. And then, if nothing else, a fallback. And maybe this is the language in the policy. Maybe then the fallback is that the chair and the vice chair should be contacted for direction. So, and that may be as simple as the policy needs to be. But I'd like to have something documented on how we go about doing this. What the process is.
Have you seen a policy maybe that we could use as a template?
I don't know if I've seen one specific, but we can write this up and I can send you a copy of what I think might work.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Great, we appreciate that.
And we would certainly appreciate that from the board. When you start talking about all the bills that are on the floor, I really prefer that DCTA staff and our partners are really just focused on items that affect, to your point, affect DCTA. I'd hate for DCTA to be rendering opinions on things that really don't affect DCTA. I mean, my expectation is that as cities, you have your own folks that are looking at bills that may impact other things that are not in line with what DCTA's responsibilities are. So having a policy like that would be very helpful, in my opinion. I am concerned that when we send out, as from DCTA, a report of every bill that's out there, that we could wind up having a lot of dialogue about things that are not pertaining to DCTA. So having the process and how we decide what bills we want to look at. Certainly some things can be added, Christmas tree onto potential bills. We need to have a process for that as well. But I just want to make sure that we're laser focused on our business here, not what might impact another entity.
And just to clarify, as it relates to the weekly bill digest and tracker, those will be bills that, you know, Hilco and staff have identified as priority bills based on the legislative agenda. So those will be items that we do feel are important to be monitoring and following throughout the session, is based on those priorities that were laid out in the legislative agenda.
And if I may add to Lindsay's point, I would expect that likely what we're going to encounter is probably half or more of the bills that we're tracking. We will simply decide after further collaboration, we really just want to monitor it. We don't necessarily feel a purpose or a reason to weigh in one way or the other, but we would like to keep an eye on it just to make sure that nothing bad happens to it throughout the rest of the process.
We will certainly look forward to receiving some language from you, Vice Chair, on a policy, and happy to work with that and continue this discussion with the board, and then also look at identifying the appropriate time frame to hold a board workshop to have further discussion on what we've identified as priority bills, maybe in the February timeframe before the bill filing deadline, and when hearings really start getting set in that early mid-February timeframe.
So Rick, and what might be helpful is if there are other agencies that have such policy, that would be helpful for us to know.
Okay. I'll be happy to kind of poke around here and see if we have some similarly situated clients that have a policy on record that we could use as a resource.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Any questions from the board?
On item 5?
Correct.
I did have a follow-up on a different aspect of this if there's no other questions. I don't want to monopolize all the time.
No, we're good.
Okay. Raymond, we've kind of been having some conversations going back and forth on the P3 authority and the request of cities in the county to pass resolutions of support.
Yes.
Can you talk to me about some of the scenarios of how this would be activated, or how you're seeing it playing out for DCTA?
Sure.
Hey guys, real quick, let me just jump in here. I think this will serve better. I know there's another, since this is really just listed as process for priority legislative communication. I think we've got another item on here, correct me if I'm mistaken, that we can discuss this P3 under.
Okay, that's fine.
Hold on, I want to make sure. Hold on.
Number 12.
There we go, number 12.
We going to 12?
If that's okay, if you don't mind waiting until last.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, my follow on to this is about resolutions of support, Joe. So can I fit those into that too?
Yes, we'll work it in.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Okay.
I appreciate
Can we just open that item and talk about it? And maybe we can get all that out of it.
Yeah. Let's just forget all these numbers and just talk. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm numerically challenged. 12 can go after 4.
Okay. So any further discussion at this time? Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate your support. Okay, so agenda item number 6, discuss bus operation and maintenance options update. And this is a discussion item. Mr. Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to address this item personally because there's a lot of sensitivity. We have a lot of folks that show up every day, deliver transit services every day, and they do an exceptional job. And so as we start talking about the direction of where we go with bus operations and maintenance and what the future plans are with the transformational initiative, there's a lot of folks that have interest in this particular item. And I would say that, you know, as the board is intimately aware, we set up a local government corporation to have a little bit better direction and hands-on, if you will, with the leadership of the North Texas Mobility Corp. I would say that over the past several months, there's been a lot of progress made by RJ Garza, the general manager, the board of the North Texas Mobility Corp. And so I'm happy that from a COVID perspective, we have tremendous safety in place. We haven't had anyone in the bus operations test positive, which is amazing in my opinion, given we're over 6 months into this pandemic. And we wanted to really take a thoughtful approach about bus operations. And as the board is intimately aware, we've had conversations monthly about bus O&M. All this ties into what we're doing with the transformation initiative. And so under the board's guidance, we said we wanted to talk to Trinity Metro. We've had a couple of conversations with their president, CEO, Bob Balser, and their chairman of the board, Jeff Davis. Diane has been involved in those conversations. They've gone extremely well. The last meeting was actually held at the bus O&M facility in Denton. They wanted to come up and take a look at our facilities. We've had conversations with Chris Newport and his team about how this might dovetail into their efforts. And I'm positive about where we're heading with this. So the last conversation that we had with Trinity Metro is that they believe that there'd be a lot of efficiencies in having both agencies look at bus operations. We let them know about our transformation initiative. We let them know that there's a strong possibility that we would be migrating a lot of these fixed routes potentially over to a different mode of service. And so we've talked about what a future in-state might look like with respect to the UNT routes, maybe a handful of fixed routes. So there's no promises that have been made from either side, but we recognize that there's a lot of infrastructure that already exists at Trinity Metro that could certainly help us shorten the amount of time and the amount of investment as far as integrating technologies such as workforce management and inventory management. They have basically the best-in-class type of software around the workforce management. They have a general manager that certainly in the long term we could share. So there's a lot of opportunities for integrating some of our services. We certainly want to keep that in consideration as we understand where we're moving forward with the transformation initiative and how those will dovetail together. But from our last conversation, there seems to be a lot of interest from Trinity Metro to look at our local government corp and how we might both share some of the opportunities. There's no guarantee or suggestion at this point that one method of integrating with or working with Trinity Metro would be better than the other. But what both sides have agreed to is they're going to send us a letter of intent to basically get their staff and our staff to kind of workshop through like what would a joint operation actually look like. And certainly what we want to do is we want to get to the point where our staff and their staff feel like they're They're not being whipsawed around, which is an issue every time you put an RFP out on the street and you select a new contractor. It creates a lot of upheaval in staff and how they think about their jobs and whether we secure them through the transition. And so that's why we're going through a very thoughtful approach about how we look at the service. I do believe that when the two transit agencies get together and we come up with a plan, that it's not going to take a real long time for the two agencies to figure that out and to come back to this board with a proposed implementation plan and what the cost would look like. Certainly we won't be making any decisions that are opposed to what the plan is with Accenture, and this board and Trinity Metro's board will be fully apprised. We've talked about, if necessary, they could come in and talk about what their intent is, and certainly we could do the same with their board. So I was just very, very pleased with the outcome of the last meeting. I'll let Diane speak to this or give her impression of how the meeting went, but I'm highly encouraged that we can make some significant progress that we continue to work with them.
Well, I think I mentioned at our last meeting that that Michael Morris and COG were really looking to have a meeting with the three agencies to discuss how they may be able to help us with ridership being flat, as Michael Morris said. So we did have a virtual meeting, and the three agencies were really, really encouraged, strongly encouraged to start working together, to find ways that we could work together for the purpose of efficiency, to be able to integrate some of the things that we do so that we're not duplicating, that obviously we would stay independent as three agencies, but we were really encouraged to look and see what options we have before they could talk about maybe providing us money for helping us with the bus rider, or not bus riders, just the flat ridership. So, so having heard that, we wanted to take action, and so that's when the dialogue started with the chair of Trinity Metro and the CEO, and it seems like we have a lot of things in common, and we are very cautious about moving forward, but as Raymond said, very, very optimistic, because I think in listening to them and having them looked at our LGC, they thought it was something they could absolutely work with. One of the people that would be involved in the conversation would be Attorney Frank Stevens, who has a lot of experience in this area. So, so anyway, it's very early in the process, but I was able to say at our meeting that in fact the agencies were working to try and come up with some ways that we can work more as a regional without giving up all of our each independence. So, so yes, it was very promising. The people that they've recommended that we work with would be people we've worked with in the past. And so it just deserved looking into. I felt like we needed something more of a commitment. And that's when the chair of Trinity Metro suggested providing an LOI, so that we could bring it to the board with some legitimacy.
And the hope is that we can move this fast enough so that when we talk about our ATU agreement, they have their own agreement with the Teamsters Union, that all of this dovetails together, because if they're not in sync, it's going to be challenging to try to figure out how to go through a union negotiation and then have a conversation that potentially would put the two agencies working together right after we negotiate an agreement. So again, no guarantees. This is an update. but I believe from a technical stack, the software applications, this would, and business process that's already in place, training that's already in place, CDL certification processes that are already in place. There's a lot of opportunity to lower our cost of doing business and improve our business processes. So I also just want to thank Nicole Recker. She's done a tremendous job in managing not only the NTMC process and working and engaging with the general manager, but she's done an exceptional job engaging Accenture and keeping them informed. And the Training Metro organization was looking for a person that could work with their COO to kind of get some more details so that we can bring back to the board. And she certainly is the best qualified person because she's involved in these things. So she's already reached out to them. Again, we're not making any promises or commitments. We won't do that without bringing these opportunities to the board. And the encouraging thing is that the two agencies are certainly committed, in my opinion, to look at how we can lower our cost of doing business and improve both agencies' business processes and determine, like, are there services that they can provide, or there services that we can provide, and just reducing the amount of redundancy between the agencies. So that's kind of where we are with this process.
Mayor Watt, oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Watts, do you have a question?
Yes, okay. Thank you. A couple of questions or comments. I guess, and I don't know, I mean, you've described sort of the preliminary discussions with them and, you know, trying to get information together. I'm not sure how this is any different than with when we talked about the Moss contracts earlier, and we sort of hit the brakes on that a little bit to make sure that it's in line with, or that it's the timing isn't misaligned with our transformation initiative. And I think this is a similar situation because we don't know what kind of bus operations are going to be recommended. We don't know what kind of fixed routes. We don't know anything like that. So I would be cautious because to me, it's the same principle. I mean, if we're gonna do it there, I don't know why we would feel the pressure to move a little bit quicker here. Not saying that anybody's saying they are, but I just throw that out there as an observation. Secondly, I'm not sure. I think I would like to have more discussion about this with the board from a direction perspective, because we've not really talked a lot. We've talked around some of the principles involved here quite a bit, and that is, what do we do at the LGC? I mean, we had a board meeting a few months back where we're going to wind it down, and now we're thinking about keeping it, and we're thinking about adding someone else, when the problem with it before was we didn't really feel like it was an arm's length transaction enough. But then, so there's a lot of things that we've got to figure out about. I mean, we're sort of getting tossed to and fro here. And then secondly, or lastly, the thing that may be the most palatable is for, as we talked about before, just briefly, we really haven't discussed it, about turning over some of these processes and maintenance and things such as that to a turnkey operator, whether it be DART or Trinity Metro or something like that. Because if we're all going to be doing the same thing, and all this seems to hinge upon what exactly is coming out of that transformation initiative study and recommendation.
Right.
So for me, I wouldn't want to have a board meeting 2 months from now, 3 months from now, where staff brings forth a proposal with Trinity Metro or whoever, and here are the bullet points and here are the terms. I would want to have a little bit more discussion on what direction is the board looking at going. And I don't know if we can have that without necessarily having the transformation study. That to me is more critical than just a couple of small contracts for zones or something like that through the Moss contracts. I'm glad we're talking. I'm not saying quit talking. I'm just saying I would like to see that the board gets a little bit more involved in developing what are the strategic goals, identifying some of the options, instead of it sort of going on behind the scenes, and then all of a sudden it comes before the board as this sort of proposal. I would like the board to be a little bit more involved in the crafting of that process.
Mayor Watts, if I could just add, I just began working with Trinity Metro on kind of even exploring this as an option. And really, over the next probably month and a half, we're really, I mean, myself and their CEO are really going to be talking about, is it feasible? You know, just from a service delivery and technology perspective, like, is partnering even feasible? So kind of getting the worker bees in a room and figuring out, like, if it's even a viable option. And so certainly we would not want to move ahead of the transformation initiative at all, but we do feel like before bringing this, you know, as a further discussion item with the board, that we kind of need to do our homework a little bit and make sure that, you know, this is something that makes sense for, kind of from, like I said, the worker bee perspective. And so I kind of consider the next month or so, you know, investigation and kind of figuring things out to see if this really is a viable solution.
So is does part of that discussion entail the option of, if you guys think that it's better for you all to have a turnkey sort of contract with us, is that something that's also part of those discussions? And if so, it'd just be nice as those evolve. You know, obviously y'all keep us up to date on that. So those are only my thoughts. That's not criticism. Sure. It's just more of an observation. This is, I mean, I know Raymond and I talked about this briefly, but I just wanted to
just so that, you know, I did, as kind of this conversation was happening, I always have like the board outlook open so that if we have a topic that we need to talk about next month or in an ongoing basis, I can add that information. And so I've already added in a monthly item to kind of talk about this, where I think we could report back, you know, any findings that are based on meetings that we have had, but certainly it is not staff's intention to move beyond the transformation initiative or move beyond making a decision without consulting the board.
Oh, no, and I certainly hope that none of my comments have been interpreted in that sense. I'm just trying to make sure, I'm trying to be consistent with what our discussion was with the Moss contracts. And then this is much more important and much more of a potential opportunity. So it's just a matter of, I think it's just something I would like to be involved in, not necessarily from, I'm hearing what's already happened, but you know, how can we also be, how can the board's thoughts be at the table as well?
Absolutely.
Let me state that we've had conversations, and that's about where we've been.
Sure.
And I think you're absolutely 100% right, and we're in alignment on this.
Yeah, no sweat. No, yeah. These comments aren't criticism. They're just more just trying to give some feedback.
Sure. So we're looking at both an interlocal agreement where we would turnkey, much like we do with DART. We're also looking at the potential of leveraging something like the local government court, because they've mentioned wanting to do some of the same things. And I know, literally, when I said those words, I knew there was going to be some questions, because we have talked about how complicated it's been, and a lot of it is because we've been operating LGC as one single entity. So I'm not suggesting in any way that that's the appropriate way to look at it. But we currently have our staff in an LGC. So I'm confident that we're not going to be making decisions as staff on something this important. And I 100% agree that it needs to be done very similar to how we're doing the Moss agreements. But we have also talked to, as a board and staff, that the NTMC board is looking for some guidance on how we move forward. And so what we're trying to do, because we've also had input that we need to consider the fact that in March, we are supposed to have a new agreement, 3-year agreement. They're typically 3 years in length, in place with the operators. And so we're just trying to figure out how do we progress things enough to where we're making progress. But at the same time, we're giving the board and Accenture enough information, and we're talking to the 2 agencies, so we're making progress so that we have the ability to kind of chart our path forward. But there's a lot of moving parts in this agency right now, and we're trying our best, because I can imagine from hearing as a board member, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff that's not coordinated, but we're actually trying to ensure that we're coordinating these, we're progressing these ideas and concepts, so that when it comes time to make some decisions and set priority, we have enough information that we can hopefully facilitate some of the implementation over the following 6 months.
One very final brief question. Where in these discussions, as they move forward, where does the union come into play? I mean, if we're thinking about doing that, and you're saying that we need to we'd like to expedite this because we've got a contract coming up in March, and we might be able to get an extension. But when did they come into play? Because I would think that they're going to be a vital part of, or have a voice in this discussion, or no? I mean, I don't know the process, but I couldn't imagine we could enter into a contract like this of whatever type and it not impact or be influenced by the major contract we had with our drivers union.
Yes.
And Mayor Watts, this is Joe Graffiti. Let me just, and Raymond, let me just state this just for clarification purposes. So for the listening public out there, because we keep talking about we and negotiations as it relates to the collective bargaining agreement, just keep in mind, it's NTMC that it's their responsibility with the collective bargaining agreement. It's not DCTA that will be doing the negotiating under the collective bargaining agreement. I just wanted to make that point because DCTA can't have a collective bargaining agreement, and that was one of the issues why we did what we did. So
Sure.
just
Well,
for those listening out there, I wanted to clarify that.
No, and I appreciate that clarification. But I guess my question, if we have no hand in the negotiation of that contract, I would suspect that whoever is negotiating that contract or the recipients of that contract would be involved in a discussion of, are we going to totally kind of redo the approach to the operations of the bus operations for DCTA? Am I wrong? I mean, is that sort of, do I just not understand the process?
We are exploring options. One would be, as we talk to the general manager of the NTMC, is there a possibility of an extension of the existing agreement? We'd still have to open it up. I say we, I'm talking about, to your point, it's not like they're going to do things and not interact or communicate with DCTA. We still have the responsibility for budget, for insurance, and a lot of things that come from the negotiation with the ATU. So when we say we, we're really talking about NTMC's management, to Joe's point. But there's different options depending on when let's assume that we were to want to do something with Training Metro moving forward. When that happens, there's always, it's my understanding, Joe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you can open up negotiations at a later date. So we could set an agreement, and then if we wind up doing something 6 months later, because there's a change in how we're delivering service as DCTA, there could be amendments to that agreement. You just basically have to open that up for negotiations. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, no, that's correct. That's correct. So
Correct. Because the CBA expires March 31st of 2021, we are legally required, NTMC is legally required to open up the negotiation process. Any sort of transition would not negatively impact the CBA and its expiration date or the extension of a new contract.
We're just, again, because we have employees that are involved in this, it would be challenging to have NTMC renegotiate an agreement and then 60 days later have a change in direction. So we can't really control that process. We don't have a crystal ball. I think there's a lot of priorities setting and board workshops that need to happen as to what the future is going to look like. Completely agree with you. But we think that these conversations with Training Metro are important because it'll at least give us an indication of what is possible.
And while times are challenging, they're also lightning speed. And so things have changed so quickly. So when the COG offered to have a discussion to see what the three agencies possibly needed help with, their encouragement was to have these discussions, but by no means was it to make any decisions without going back to the boards. And absolutely, Mayor, the LGC didn't mean anything a few months ago, but as we were talking, then this is something a little bit different. But it's just a discussion. The COG has offered to help. And so maybe if there's some things that we can do, that maybe they can help us in other areas that would benefit, again, all of the agencies, like maybe our insurance or something. But anyway, so that it's just part of that discussion.
Okay, I'm going to say this, and I'm not sure exactly, and I apologize if somehow you guys are hearing something that I'm not communicating, but I'm hearing several comments about that y'all aren't going to do anything without board action. I want to make it very clear. There's nothing in my comments, there's nothing that I've said either expressly or implicitly that thinks staff is going to go make any kind of decisions or push something forward without board input or something like that. So I'm not sure where those comments are coming from, but I just want to make clear that that is not where I'm coming from. So I've heard it several times, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I just needed to set that straight, because in no way am I accusing, in no way am I implying, in no way am I saying that this is going to happen. I'm just simply sharing my thoughts.
Very good.
And staff hears you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Any other comments, or
I
Christina?
have just one thing from the NTMC board. As you recall, they have requested a joint meeting with the DCTA board, and I would guess, judging by this discussion today, there's still not enough information to have that meeting, maybe for a couple more months. So unless otherwise directed, I will inform the NTMC board that just to please be patient for a couple more months, and that we will definitely set a joint meeting in the near future, but just not yet.
Okay. Does Shannon have? Okay. Shannon?
No, she does.
Yes, ma'am?
I'm here.
Oh.
Did you just ask for me?
No, I just thought you had a question.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, so very good. So that's agenda item number 6. This brings us to agenda item number 7. Consider approval of resolution R20-19 authorizing CEO to execute the consent and novation agreement for DCTA rail operations and maintenance contractor transition. And this is an action item. And Christina, back to you.
Thank you. As we've been updating the board over the past several months, First Transit is currently DCTA's rail operations and maintenance contractor, and they recently informed DCTA that they have the intent to sell their U.S. operations, which would impact our rail operations and maintenance agreement. So today we are seeking board approval of the consent and novation agreement, which would transfer the rail operations and maintenance contract that we currently have with First Transit to Rio Grande Pacific, which is who First Transit has selected to sell their operation to. Currently, Rio Grande Pacific is a subcontractor on the existing contract with First Transit. Being that they are already involved in our organization and our operation, this will greatly reduce the amount of duties that would be transitioned, so that's a very positive thing. Rio Grande is also committed to hiring existing operations management as well as the staff. So that will ensure continuity of service and of typical operations. Rio Grande has also selected Stadler Rail as their subcontractor to take responsibility of rail vehicle maintenance. And Stadler is the manufacturer of our vehicle, so clearly their level of expertise will be a great benefit to DCTA moving forward. The commitment of hiring existing operations and management staff, combined with the existing relationship that DCTA already has with Rio Grande and Stadler, will really result in a seamless transition and cause no impacts to service or to our passengers, which I think is incredibly important. There was a lot of information in the memo, so I'd be happy to answer any more questions if anybody has any, but staff would recommend approval of the consent and novation agreement to transfer the rail operations and maintenance contract from First Transit to Rio Grande Pacific.
So moved.
Second.
Actually, time out for a second. It's can't get to that mute button quick enough. It's approval of the resolution. Just so we have a resolution that's approving this. So if you just add that to your motion, and
Approval of the resolution.
And one more thing, in the resolution, there was an effective date of November 22nd. It's actually an effective date of October 22nd.
With an effective date of October 22nd.
Perfect.
And I'll accept that modification. So all those in favor, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes. Okay, the vote was unanimous. The motion carries.
Yeah, Shannon seconded.
Aye.
Christina, I mean, effectively, this was, I mean, it's in the contract. It's an assignment clause, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, Joe stopped me. Okay, this brings us to agenda item number 8, discuss and consider approval of the Transportation Reinvestment Program policy. And this is in your packet, pages 147 to 184. For possible action, Christina, again.
Great, thank you. Though this item is marked as, I actually thought it was action, but it's marked as possible action, but staff really does request that we work through the final details today of this draft policy and then bring this back next month with action. And I'll explain why. As you know, that the past several months, AECOM has been assisting us with the development process of this policy and facilitating discussion with the board for this trip policy. Last month, the board did provide a lot of guidance and feedback as it relates to the draft policy. We did incorporate that feedback into a red line version as well as a clean version, sent that back out to the board to confirm that the information that was incorporated into that draft policy was incorporated appropriately, with the plan to bring back a final draft to the board today for approval. Upon sending that draft out, staff did receive additional board input, which included items that we haven't previously discussed with the board. So unsure of how the board would like to proceed on these new concepts, AECOM will facilitate some discussion today to address these different concepts. Those concepts include direct cash incentives for developers, as well as off-cycle project submission with pre-award authority for funding prior to the next fiscal year. Staff also is seeking clarification from the board as it relates to a couple different items. Project funding disbursement versus reimbursement, as well as some proposed modifications we received for the eligibility list of projects. So again, it's staff's desire today to get clarification on those two items, get guidance on the other items for incorporating those concepts into the draft policy, and then to bring it back in November, hopefully as a final document for board approval. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Andrew Iddickeson. Sorry, I butchered your last name.
Okay.
Andrew with AECOM.
That's good enough. Yeah.
Facilitate the discussion using the PowerPoint slides, which were included in your packet. Thank you, Andrew.
Great. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, members of the board. First of all, I'd like to apologize for the numbering on this first slide. I just noticed that the numbering was off, but these are the basic issues, and Christina outlined them already. We incorporated the comments that we received last month at the board meeting, and then as Christina mentioned, we received a few more comments in between the two board meetings, so we'll address those. Some of these have already been agreed upon, and we'll show that within the policy itself, and then other items are open for discussion. So it's within these headings of policy, funding, project selection, disbursement, and attachment A. And attachment A is basically the list of categories and types of projects. Next slide. So we're going to dig deeper into each of these items. So the first item for discussion is the length recurrence of the TRIP program. This was decided at the last board meeting that the board approved a 5-year policy at the September board meeting. So basically we made that action to change it to 5-year policy with annual budget approval. And so edits were made throughout the policy itself. So this one has been added and updated. If there's any, the next one, and I'll just keep going through, a number of these are things that we discussed in detail last month, but feel free to stop me if you have any questions or comments. Happy to discuss it. This is another one that was just removal and edit of some of the wording. We removed, based on discussion last month, the word minimum. So now the policy will read, the annual trip budget will be equal to 15% of DCTA's net available fund balance from the previous fiscal year. So that has been updated and changed. On the funding levels category, we made additional adjustments here. There was a discussion about the 10% set aside for program administration. What was agreed upon at the last board meeting was that it should be up to 5% the annual budget for administrative expenses. I think this was also something that we said that to go through the first year cycle and to see how this works, and if there are adjustments that need to be made after the first year or two, those adjustments could be made during the budget process. So this would read actual cost up to 5% of the annual program for the set aside, and then 95% split among the member cities. Next slide. Administrative funds. We received clarification about the unspent funds, and Board Member Gilmore said prior to award of the trip program projects, DCT staff will present anticipated trip administrative costs for board approval. So we made this update basically within the text that was provided to us, and as you can see there under the action, we're basically stating what Gilmore had suggested. So the unspent administrative budget shall be returned to the trip reserve balances.
Okay, Andrew, hold on just a minute. Mayor Wong?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to hold the questions on this till the end, but just because we've got two slides here.
Sure.
So when I hear up to 5%, so that's going to be a line item budget. And so we don't know exactly how this is all going to be, what the actual costs are going to be based on analysis of each of the projects that are submitted. Two things. Do we have any provision where if it exceeds that 5%, what do we do? And then if it is, because here it says subsequent years will be a part of the budget process each year. But if it doesn't exceed that, does that money just stay in the reserve balance? Or is there going to be sort of a pot, if you will, a sort of a virtual accounting pot that this is the program budget for these administrative costs? And if you don't use them all up one year, does that mean you just fund less because it's already got some in it from a budgetary perspective?
I think we would need board direction on that because we don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, I think at some point, maybe after the first year, but we'll need to at least put a little bit more detail on how this is all done. I mean, I like what TJ did in saying, hey, before we submit a project, let's get an idea of how much the administrative costs are going to be, because that can help us understand moving forward throughout the year. Are we hitting up against some funding limitations in the budget or things such as that? So we don't have to do it at least here in this policy, but I think probably after the first of the year, we'll have to revisit this anyway to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a great approach. I think that there will be a few things we're going to have to tweak, and we could tweak until it's really going to be once we implement this process that we'll have a much better idea. So sure. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I agree. You want to get through at least one cycle and you'll understand sort of the trends in the process.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand the changes that have already been incorporated. I think I recall the unspent administrative funds go back in. That's something we've already agreed upon, or is that a suggested change?
That is further in the presentation, but yeah, that's part of the policy.
Okay, well, I read the policy just in total, as it is in the packet, not the red line, and I think there were two things that were highlighted that were possible additions. I recalled. So to Mayor Watt's point, I think the only situation we don't have covered, and this is a question, not a statement, is if the actual costs are over 5%, right? In other words, if they're under 5%, they go back in the budget. They go back in fund. The only situation we don't have covered by some language in this policy is if the cost went over. And as I recall last month's discussion, everybody was real comfortable that was way more than enough, like 5%.
Exactly.
Am I remembering that correctly?
That's correct. That's the way I remember it as well. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. That's correct. And right, and that can be an additional, an added portion there too, to discuss what happens if it goes over 5%. But at this point, we're not anticipating that. But okay, any other questions before I move on? And again, feel free to stop me throughout because some of these are quick and others will have discussion. Next slide, please. The next item is the project funding rollover. Board decision was funds may roll over for up to 3 years. We had language in there in something similar to that, but we added that and made the update upon agreement of the board last month to read unobligated funds designated to each member city may roll over for up to 3 years. And again, that's for larger projects and saving over time for those projects. Next slide. Reimbursements to member cities. We received information and a comment from staff for clarifications. Even once funds are obligated to a project, the funds will remain with DCTA until reimbursements have been made to the city. So we just wanted to put that clarification in there. As you see the second sentence at the top in the blue bubble, funds will remain with DCTA until reimbursements have been made to the member city. Unobligated funds designated to each member city will roll over up to 3 years.
And this methodology is really based on when we are, for all the funds that we receive, everything that we receive, we get back on a reimbursement basis. So we spend the money and then we draw those down. And then also whenever we're spending agency dollars, we don't pay for any invoices until services are rendered. So that's why we were suggesting that it be reimbursement basis instead of a disbursement. But clearly we'd like to have some board discussion and receive confirmation on this direction.
Mayor Watts?
So you're wanting direction on the reimbursement aspect, that the cities would spend the funds and then they would submit reimbursement requests.
Right.
Okay. I thought that's what it was primarily, but I mean, I'm okay with that. I guess the only thing I would say is just, I don't think we've obviously not designed a process I don't think we have, unless we use something we're already doing with other reimbursement activities on, how that looks and timing and who looks at the request for reimbursement to see if they're in line with the goals of the agency, as we'll see somewhere down the line in this presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Great, thanks. Yep. Next slide, please. The next item was about member city applications and the timing of this. This was presented as a comment from board member Gilmore, included additional language. I'll give just a brief overview and then I'll read it as well. But this is really looking at, we're looking at a set schedule right now, a defined schedule, where a call for projects would occur roughly in the January timeframe of each year. And this is a question of whether there could be early submission for projects or projects being a call for projects at different times based on other schedules. So I'll read this quickly as this was added to the text. And this is one of the items that we'd like to have open for discussion with the board. Should a member city have a project, the timing would necessitate an application prior to the call for projects. The city may submit an application for the pre-award authority. Any cost difference between the member city's allocated funding for that year and the project cost would be borne by the member city. DCT staff will have 30 days to review the pre-award authority application to determine minimum project eligibility or request for more information. Subsequent completing the review, if no additional information is requested, the application will be placed on the agenda for the next regularly scheduled Board of Directors meeting for consideration. Following the review of each application, the board will lead the approval and award process. So this is open for discussion to see what other board members think of this. We have not, this has sort of been added in provisional status until we have an opportunity to discuss with the board.
Mayor Watts?
Yeah, this is sort of the reverse of that cities can accrue and that they have rollover period. So I don't necessarily have an issue with this as long as this language or language that we can add will just make sure everybody understands that if you do a pre-award and you don't have anything in your quote unquote bank account, then the city, obviously it's reimbursement anyway, so they're going to forward it. They're going to forward all those funds. But where it says that the member city's allocated funding for that year and the project cost would be borne by the member city. But if you have, I think though, so I'll ask it in the form of a question. Let's say, for instance, the city of Denton says we're going to do a $2 million project and we need to get it approved before these are typically requested. And so then the city of Denton's approval is okay, but then their allocation is only $1.5 million for that year, or let's say $1 million. And so the city of Denton has to come up with another $1 million. But then the following year, the city may get another $1 million, which they could then maybe so I think a project, I mean, we're saying you can accrue cash for a project in order to pay for it all at once. I think we ought to build in a mechanism as well that if you're doing a project in this scenario that extends over funding years, that project can be eligible for those cost reimbursements in those following years. If that's what the municipality chooses to do, instead of banking it, they can reimburse themselves. So I think we should find a way to be able to have that opportunity going the other direction as we do to be able to bank it.
And can I ask, I need to ask for some clarification too, and you, Andrew. So with that, then basically it'd be seeking project approval in advance, but not seeking reimbursements until those funds are available the following fiscal year. Is that how I'm understanding?
Yes. Yeah. You would just say, okay, yeah, this is an eligible project, and you're going to get the funding that's available. And if only so much is available this year, well, then you can get that. Next year, if you want to use that funding to reimburse yourself for the cost of that project that you had to bear because you didn't have enough funding, you can do that. Or you can say, well, we want to do it for something else. It just gives them, but no, that would only be reimbursable as the funds are available through the policy that we're talking about now. And that is whatever's determined at the end of the year is available for distribution.
Okay, so maybe we can modify that language a little bit, Andrew, because the way I read it was that the reimbursement would, and maybe it didn't say this, but this is how I read it, that reimbursement would be sought prior to the funds being available the following fiscal year, which you can't authorize spending of funds before they're allocated, right? So that was my concern. So I think we can probably take the concept, but modify the language a little bit to make it fit appropriately.
Yeah, actually, I like it because there's going to be times where there's going to be off-cycle requests, number one. Number two, I want to make sure that as we think about this program, because it's reimbursement and because we're looking at a cash flow, every one of our procurements that we do, it's always subject to available funds. So to your point, if there's assumption that we're going to get, an entity is going to get reimbursed, but there's a downturn in the economy, which they happen sometimes, sales tax aren't collected. I mean, our cash flow is a net result of federal, local dollars, right? So whatever's left over, we have the ability to leverage. But these are sales tax dollars that are belonging to this or allocated to the cities. We may have a year where there may not be any funds available. So we just need to make sure that language says in subsequent years there can be reimbursement for a project.
I think the meaning and the intent in all of this is, hey, a city has a project. We think it fits under the ELAP/TRIP policy. We want your approval, DCTA board, that this is acceptable and that it can be reimbursed over the time period. We don't know how much money it's going to be. I think nobody's asking for a commitment to a specific funds. Right. That we're just saying DCTA board is going, and then whatever money is available on that project, up to 3 years, they can do the thing.
Right.
Okay. Just for clarification, when thinking of the schedule, this is more like a pre-approval then, kind of a provisional pre-approval? And
yeah, I mean, it's exactly, I mean, it's very similar to what we did where DCTA, we actually use this to work on the Burns tract, right? We got pre-approval for buying and selling property. We didn't have a budgetary number assigned to that, but we figured it'd be all right.
Thank you for the discussion, the clarification of the item.
I just have one comment. Given that would kind of be off cycle, 30 days might be a little, like if you could expand it to 45, just so staff isn't like in a scramble if the thing's submitted during a holiday or, just a little more time. Because during the normal process, they're going to know, yes, I need to structure my work because this is coming. And 30-day window is reasonable. Like if it's, off that schedule, they might need a little more time to review it and ask for additional information. That was my only thought on it.
Yep, that seems reasonable. We can make that adjustment.
Okay, very good.
Very good. Thank you. Next slide. Great. The next item is service operations. This was discussed last meeting. I think everyone was in agreement to remove all text related to service operations. There was an agreement to focus the TRIP policy on capital programs, capital projects only. So all language was removed as is in relation to service operations. Okay, next slide. Oh, next slide, yep. The next item is performance goals. There was discussion last time about the word benchmark and how we measure performance on the projects themselves. We removed language that referenced benchmarks to the long-range service plan and goals related to ridership or productivity and items like that. And instead, we did keep in the performance goals. So there is a way to sort of establish that up front, and it really is focused on the long-range service plan and as well as the schedule and budget and the overall performance of getting the project completed, continuing to be consistent with the long-range service plan.
Mayor Watts?
On this, I guess my thought on this was, I understand that you want performance goals and we need to have those. But when I see upon completion, DCTA may evaluate performance goals and established in court intended to demonstrate the project's ability to support long-range service plan goals. I would think that would be done during the project approval stage, because once it's done, it's done.
I agree. No, that's a good point. I think you're right. I think it should be done. It's defined in the beginning of the project, and then, at an intermediate point as well as sort of a check-in to check on the goals. I think you're correct there.
So how would that change this language?
Well, I think that first off, the upon completion, I do think that it is necessary to say upon completion of the project that you check in on the goals, but it needs to be defined at the beginning, and it also needs to have an intermediate point. So I would add language to that effect, saying that.
Then maybe it's the word evaluate I'm getting stuck on. Maybe you're wanting to reconfirm, because you've got those performance goals at the front end. You're saying you do sort of a check in the middle to make sure, are we still on track?
Exactly.
So then you just want to make sure that they, maybe I'm just stuck on that word, because to me it just seems like, okay, when it's finished, we're going to look at it and is this working, instead of, okay, it's finished. Does it adhere to the standards in which it was approved for? So as long as
Correct.
something, okay, all right.
No, yep, yeah, no, I think you're right. Evaluation, maybe there was an evaluation at one point, but not at the end of the project. That's right. Okay, we'll make those adjustments that defined at the beginning, having that sort of intermediate point, and then, having the point to where there's adherence to the performance goals at the end.
Sure.
Thank you for that comment.
It may just fix it if you just take out that upon completion of a project,
Yeah,
because then it's like you can do it, and you're doing it quarterly, basically.
Right.
Some point would be at the end. It is a government project, but they do.
Sure.
Because
Okay.
it's true that, again, at the completion, wow.
Yeah, no, I think that, so DCTA, maybe can say DCTA will assess the performance goals, throughout the life of the project or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I actually like the word "may" there, because like if it's a sidewalk or something simple and straightforward, you may not want to do it quarterly. You may just want to, it's like, why obligate yourself to do it if you don't need to? And different kind of projects may need different kind of evaluation.
Good point. Okay, we'll make those updates. Thank you. Next slide, we touched on this already. This is about disbursement. We received comments from staff. Policy should acknowledge that disbursements are on a reimbursement basis. So that's one item that was updated and clarification there. The other item that we received a comment from Board Member Gilmore was about the word monthly, and really saying that may be too much. So if you look at the top sentence there in the blue bubble, we've updated that now to say funds will be dispersed in accordance with approved schedule, including lump sum, and then quarterly or annually. Initially, we had monthly prior to quarterly, so we've removed that, and that seems reasonable as well. So, so we've updated it based on the comment from Board Member Gilmore, and then here we're just acknowledging that disbursements are really the basis.
And we do greatly appreciate that comment, TJ. Thank you very much. On that first sentence, and just wordsmithing here, but funds will be dispersed in accordance. Should we not say allocated? Because they'll be allocated to each member city and not dispersed, because it is a reimbursement basis. I think that helps clarify and doesn't have any conflict, because disbursement and reimbursement are two different things.
Correct. Yep, let's say allocated there. I think that's a good.
So funds will be allocated in accordance with the approved schedule. In no case will allocations be made until the project eligibility requirements will actually be reimbursements. We need to work through this sentence, Andrew.
Yeah, I think.
If I could, I think it depends from which direction you're looking at this. Because to me, when DCTA pays the member city, that's a disbursement. It's a disbursement for reimbursement of their costs. So when I see funds will be dispersed, to me that's DCTA in accordance with the approved schedule. I'm assuming that's the schedule of the project, and it says some quarterly or annually. Now, if you're talking about the funds that are allocated pursuant to this policy, well, then I'm not sure what this is talking about anyway.
I think you're spot on.
It's about the project. You're correct.
Yeah, okay. So in no case will disbursements from DCTA be made until the project eligibility requirements have been met and formal approval has been made, and then the disbursement of payment to the member cities for the project will only occur after an expense has been incurred as a reimbursement. So
yes,
it's
so we're good. Okay, thank you. It's one of those things you read over and over and over, and then it no longer makes sense to you.
I don't have to read it over and over. Sometimes it doesn't make sense just because it's who I am, not because it doesn't make sense. It's because I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, very good. The next section, we have a few slides on the eligible projects, and we'll talk through these one by one. This again is attachment A, and this was the table at the end of the policy. We discussed at the last meeting several areas that were very high level in general and didn't necessarily tie in to the long range service plan. And so we removed 3 items. One was civic space, the other was catalyst investment and active urban space. We see that a lot of these items like trails and others that tie into transit are already part of other eligible projects and part of the policy already. So we removed those 3 items. Next slide. The next item was the board requested note added to attachment A that they should be consistent with the plans. That was an addition that was added to the policy. Next item. A few items here that we received comments from Board Member Gilmore in relation to sidewalks, crosswalks, and street improvements. The first one was sidewalks and crosswalks should be within 1 mile of existing or planned DCTA fixed routes on demand response zones. Those edits were accepted and added. So that then shows the connection with transit itself, with DCTA transit, and having the ability for people to access the bus stops and maybe in the on-demand zone as well.
Andrew, I may have missed this one, and my apologies. I don't know if that language actually was in the attachment A that I got.
No, I think this was one of the comments that was sent from you, and we added it in. I don't think we had that language initially, so this is an addition.
Okay, and so it is in the attachment A.
Yeah, oh, you're saying that within the board packet, you didn't see that in there.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that has been accepted, so we'll be sure.
Okay.
Yeah. That will be added in. I appreciate you.
Okay. No worries. Thank you.
So from the Highland Village perspective, Andrew?
Yes.
So sidewalks and crosswalks should be within 1 mile of existing or planned DCTA fixed routes on demand response zones.
Correct. So that's basically the on-demand zone within Highland Village.
So the entire zone.
Yeah, the entire zone.
And the zone covers the entire city of Highland Village.
Is that a yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's right. You're welcome. The next item is, oh, actually, if you can go back slide, I wanted to talk about street improvements. The second one was comments, add street improvements as an investment type, restrictions defined as within ½ mile of existing or planned DCTA fixed routes or demand response zones or on-demand response zones. Action here was to accept that addition. One item that we wanted to ask to you was about the term within ½ mile. We were keeping this consistent with other items on the list, which just said along the existing or planned DCTA fixed routes, and replacing within ½ mile to along. Otherwise, we were accepting this update and addition.
Are you talking to me?
So does anybody have any comments on that? Basically, 2 things. One is we're accepting the comment from Board Member Gilmore, however, making the adjustment from within ½ mile to along the actual bus route itself, or within the demand response zone.
What?
There's a big difference in those 2.
Well, there is. Yeah.
And the reason being is one is, if you look at the table, and I wish I had inserted that on this slide, but we are saying that that's the language that we use along the fixed routes themselves, and also just keeping it consistent, but keeping it within the framework of the service plan and where the buses travel and not on adjacent streets. And in most cases, there probably will be bus routes within ½ mile anyways, but we wanted that clarification.
And the demand response zones can be modified at any time to capture anything. It's like as long as the board is willing to expand the demand response zone, we'll be able to do it anywhere, right? I mean, so I wouldn't get too worked up about the fixed routes, because I mean, anyway.
Sure.
Okay.
No, that's correct. I mean, if wherever demand response zone, you would have that ability, but it's it's up to the board which language you prefer.
I'm agnostic on either. Got the or.
Any opinions from the board?
Quick question. What exactly, I'm still trying to understand, what are we saying is what is being proposed and what's the question? And I mean, are we saying that we're going to do the 1 mile of existing sidewalks and crosswalks and then, but what we want, the question is, do we want to add street improvements and the restriction being within a half mile? Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct. So the first item on sidewalks and crosswalks, leave as is. The second one about street improvements, we talked about having that sort of area that's defined for street improvements as it relates to transit. And here we're talking about two options. One is within a half mile of existing fixed route, and then within the demand response zones or just along a fixed route.
And to clarify, so let's say Hickory, we have a bus route that goes down Hickory. So Hickory would be a street that could be improved because a bus travels along that route. But if you look at the half mile of existing fixed route, then that would say that any street within a half of a mile of Hickory,
Correct.
where a bus may not travel, can be fixed. So that's not really for transit purposes. That's more for motorist traffic. So I think that's where there's the issue, that it shouldn't be a half mile, that it should truly be along existing fixed route or demand response zones.
I got you.
And that's the distinction between the sidewalks and the streets. In other words, the sidewalks can be used to get people to a bus
Correct.
transit, and a street, not so much. So, okay.
Correct, that's right.
So my recommendation would be that we leave the language as along existing or planned DCTA fixed routes or demand response zones for street improvements, and not have that half mile in there, because I think that defeats the purpose of a transit improvement program.
And Christine, if I could, and that's only because you're saying you're drawing a half mile radius around a fixed route. I mean, basically, you're saying if you're down Hickory, a half mile from anywhere from Hickory, that could be deemed a project. I guess, TJ, what were your thoughts and interest on this? Help me, if you could, elaborate on that just a little bit.
So the first was just street improvements in general were not in the list.
Okay,
so,
right.
So that was bite number one on this. And then the next piece was just having it aligned with sidewalks and crosswalks seemed to make more sense from a management perspective. But you know, I get the other question there is, are you building out infrastructure that's for vehicles and not infrastructure that's for alternative ways to get to a rail station? So I could go either way on the half mile indicator. But I think the big one for us was street improvements in general, which is not.
So then if we go with the along existing or planned DCTA fixed routes, those are street improvements. I mean, that's what we're talking about, or demand response zones. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So, so if Highland Village were to do an economic development, a TOD project on our corner of Highland Village Road and 35, and at some point we have maybe fixed routes, what would we do? I mean, how would this affect that?
Typically what you see in these types
How
of,
it's written is it says demand response zones. So all of Highland Village is included in that. So that transit adjacent project would definitely fall within these parameters to do some type of a street improvement.
If you were, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brandon.
typically what you see in these programs, and that's one of the things we had asked AECOM to take a look at, is what's consistent language that supports the long range plan. And typically you see a long existing or planned route. So if you choose to plan a new route, then a street improvement would qualify. I think the distinction we were trying to make is anything that's not on an existing bus route, or you don't have an intent to have a bus route, but you want to do a street improvement, 10 blocks over, that's
Right.
1.5 miles, that typically doesn't qualify because that's not within the long range plan. So I don't think it's an issue if you plan on having a new route. If you have curb cuts, street improvements, adding a lane or turn lane, those sorts of things would qualify because you're intending to put a route on there.
Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. So it sounds like the term along is update. We're moving in that direction. Is that correct? So appreciate the addition of the street improvements. So that will be added per Board Member Gilmore's request. And then we'll just say along existing or planned fixed routes and demand response zones. Okay, very good. I think we only have another slide or two. This item is on cash incentives. This is one of the items that wanted a little bit more clarification, and then this is a discussion item as well. Another addition and comment from Board Member Gilmore is about, I'll just go ahead and read it. What if cities are providing direct cash incentives to the developer to build the improvements otherwise set forth in this list? For example, if a TOD developer is going to improve streetscaping, if the streetscaping would otherwise qualify under TRIP, should cities be able to give cash incentives to the developer to build those improvements, and same for transit adjacent development. My first question and our question as we review this is just understanding, because TOD and transit adjacent development, a number of items cover a lot of the development part, and wanted to see how if this could be covered within that, within items that were already part of the eligible projects, and just understanding the direction of this one.
Yeah, TJ, can you help provide a little more insight to this suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, TJ.
Maybe if I hadn't minimized my my screen to only just show the screen because I clicked the wrong button. Because I hate Zoom. I cannot stand it anymore. I'm done. I'm broken. Anyhow, moving on. So I've got a project. It meets the criteria, but it's actually a developer that would be doing it, not the city, as part of the project. Can we pass that cash right on through? I mean, I guess I'm not understanding why the question.
Joe, can you?
Cipher. I guess if the city submits the project's approved for reimbursement through DCTA. DCTA has the money in hand, reimburses the city. I don't see what the issue would be, provided that money is going towards reimbursement for that project. So whatever the city, Louisville, for example, does with that money, because that money was being used for that project. So am I missing something, TJ? Is that?
No, I don't think so, Joe.
Okay.
It might be in a bigger project.
Because it's the city that's going to have this agreement with the developer. So, whether they're providing cash incentives or whatever, as long as the city gets their money back for the project, you can do whatever you want with that developer.
I mean, that's I guess, yeah, that's kind of walk through that, because we're technically not building that improvement, or it's not.
Because what we want to be careful about, I don't think the board would want DCTA giving that money to the developer, because again, then we'd obviously run into procurement issues there.
Unless that was an area we could leverage P3 authority. But yes, the procurement issue is definitely, I think, a concern. And I get trying to kind of shorten the disbursement from one party to the next, but I don't see how DCTA would be able to do that.
I think, this is Cesar speaking, I think my preference would be for the authority just to enter a relationship with the city for those type of improvements, and then the city can then manage a developer through their own agreement with them. I think that would make the most sense. That's what I would prefer.
Can you
As
say that
opposed
again?
to as opposed to DCTA being a party to that agreement with the city.
Yeah, I just wanted to go
And the
through the
developer.
mental gymnastics of how that would work.
We did it.
The extreme hypothetical.
I mean, this is actually, I appreciate TJ bringing this question up, because as we get into another item and we talk about P3s, Christina kind of mentioned it, I could see that as potentially being something that we could do theoretically through P3 with DCTA being involved. It's just a question of, do you do it through that instrument, or you do it, in this case, through a TRIP program where the city's doing that directly. But we'll get into that discussion later.
Yeah.
So for the purposes of trying to get this policy finalized, how would you feel? I mean, clearly we've already talked about the need to revisit. It's not even finalized yet, and we're already planning to revise it. Adding this particular item to the list of things to revisit in the near future with our first amendment of the policy.
Fine.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
I think the walkthrough, and Claire may clarify for me. She may see it in a little different light, but I think the walkthrough there that Joe did, I think, gives me some comfort. Makes it fairly easy. I mean, it's a function of clarity of the agreement with the city.
Cesar, did you have a comment?
No, I'm good.
So Christina, based on what you're saying, is this would be amendment after year one? Is that?
And I don't even know if this needs an amendment based on what Joe told us.
Okay, so we will work with Joe to
Okay.
finalize the entire policy anyway, because we want to make sure that all the wording reflects everything that it needs to. And so we'll get legal's review before we send out the final draft in the next board packet. So we'll work with him on this as well.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I think that's the last part.
That's
yes.
it. That's the last part.
Thank you, Andrew. And board members, thank you so much for.
Oh, 1 minute, Mayor.
Yeah. I've got one question that I didn't see it on the slide, and it was something that really wasn't discussed. Let's see, it's under, I think it's working backwards, section 6 of the draft policy. It talks about at project, it's right after, let me look. It's on page 152, actually. There we go. It's on page 152. It's the second full paragraph beginning with at project completion.
Maybe 162, page 162.
152 of the backup. Yeah, where it says at project completion, second full paragraph after that bullet list of project identifier, et cetera. In the event that the final project accounting or audit reveals that TRIP funding was not expended in a manner consistent with program requirements, do we have somewhere that spells out how that analysis is going to occur? I mean, who does these? Is it just DCTA staff, or I mean, it just. Go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, I apologize for.
No, go ahead.
We established that there would be a third-party auditor. I mean, it could be somebody that the city's worked with before, but there would be an audit, or in this situation, it would be a third-party auditor.
All right, and so they would be the ones that would make that factual determination of whether those funds were expended in accordance with a manner consistent with the program requirements. They would have to have that as a finding to.
Correct.
Not issue a reimbursement check.
Correct.
Okay. And then on, and this is just curiosity, the next full sentence, the next full paragraph where it says all TRIP funding will be considered subordinate to DCTA's debt service requirements. I have no idea what that means. I mean, I know what it says, but what's that saying?
That means that we're in second place if a creditor wants our money. In other words,
I think that was the reference to our debt service policy. And so we cannot go below whatever percentage, our ratio. And so it's saying that if DCTA were to go below the debt service ratio as set in our financial policies, that TRIP funding would not be dispersed.
Okay.
And I think that language came from, Joe, I hate to put you on the spot, but I recall you saying that there needed to be a floor for the funding and basing it on the financial policies. I mean, maybe this isn't worded correctly, but I think that was the intent.
I think we have to just be able to provide assurance that in an instance where we had extremely limited funding, we would have to pay the debt service payments prior to paying anything out for TRIP funding. There would be many conversations we have.
No, I appreciate that. No, that's a good concept. I guess because when I read it, I thought, well, this TRIP funding is calculated after it's calculated in arrears.
Right.
So it's calculated once the budget's been completed, it's been finalized. I mean, so the debt service, if we have to have more for debt service, that's going to flow down into just the bottom line of what's the net available cash. I don't necessarily have a problem with the sentence. Well, no, I have a problem with the sentence because I think based upon what we're discussing, it needs to be flushed out a little bit more what that means, because just because of the way we're funding it, it's after everything's paid, after all our debt service is paid. So let's say, for instance, we have a year where we do have some issues and we pay all our debt service and we do all our calculations, we pay all our bills, and at the end, whatever's there is what's there. And so, I mean, you could run into an issue where we've exceeded our debt service, but that doesn't mean that you're coming into a cash flow problem, because this is in arrears. It's paid after you've settled the prior year actual budget expenditures and revenues. So I understand the concept and I understand the concern. And so I just think there's a better way to address that, even if it's in this policy or some other, from a language perspective, because I don't
Would it make more
really
sense to move that sentence to the to section 3, where it talks about funding and how funding is, what the formula is and how it's allocated?
Possibly. I guess I'm trying to understand the correlation between the debt service requirements and how that impacts the funding, if the funding is done after everything supposedly has been paid. That's where so let's think about it. Let's say we got what's our debt service ratio, 1.25?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's say we've got something that's happened where, and the debt coverage ratio is, what's that form? What's the very basic formula? It's where your debt service, go ahead.
Net income over debt service requirements. And I don't know, Christina, I was going to message you. I don't know where that language came from. I'm wondering if it's just some legal language that has to be in there for some debt requirement. Like, it didn't come from finance. I'm not sure where it came from.
Andrew, can you?
Yeah, why don't we take a look at that? We'll have to do some research, because we've made so many different versions of this, and see how that, and then either, wordsmith it or
don't blame legal.
I was not trying to.
Clearly, read it. Legalese.
Yeah, I mean, we've been sort of updating since July, so I want to go back and be sure exactly where that came from, but we'll make adjustments to it so it reflects the correct information.
It's good that it's.
Because yes, I mean, in theory, the way it's calculated, this isn't something that should ever be an issue. So,
Yeah, because if there's nothing left, there's nothing left. I mean,
right.
Correct.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep. So as we go back and make the adjustments that we've discussed today and updates, we'll take a look at this one.
Okay, so Andrew, Christina, Marissa, are y'all good with this item?
Yes.
So as long as there's no other.
TJ?
So I had one other just small clarification I'd like to touch on. On the first page under scope, I think the call for projects currently has language saying the beginning of the calendar year.
Correct.
Can we change that to January?
Sure. I don't have a problem with that.
I can consider I can see where, first quarter is considered the beginning of the year.
Right. Okay. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah. Each January. That's fine.
Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Well, very good.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks so much. Appreciate all the comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
So we've been at this for 2 hours. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
I see some head nodding. 5 minutes only? All right. It's 2:48. Okay, so we are back, and this brings us to agenda item number 9, ratification of emergency expenditure for repairs to the bus operations and maintenance facility. This is an action item, Christina?
Yes, thank you. This item can be found on packet pages 185 and 186. We had a capital project in the bus yard at the bus operations and maintenance facility. And once we began concrete demolition, it became very apparent that the issue was much larger than anticipated and caused the need to demo additional concrete. The cost of the additional work did result in a change order exceeding 25% of the initial project cost. Because of procurement statutory limits, we have to typically do a competitive bid if it's more than 25%, but because of the location of this project, it would have delayed the project completion delay would impede bus operations and service delivery. So we did feel that it constituted an expenditure emergency, and we allowed the contractor to proceed with the additional work. The total project cost of the additional project, was $14,159. So that was the additional. So we're seeking board ratification today for this emergency expenditure for the repairs of the parking lot at the bus operations and maintenance facility. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Watts?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, second. Any further discussion? All those
Just-
in favor? Oh, go ahead, Sescon.
Just a quick question. The executive director does not have authority to spend up to $50,000 for these type of things without board action? Is that the way the law is written?
If it's 25% over the initial project cost, and the because it was supposed to be a small project, $14,000 exceeded the 25%.
Got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Thank
No
you.
further questions.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Christina. Agenda item number 10, discuss current interlocal agreement with Trinity Metro providing lift service to the Alliance, Texas area. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello again, board members. Just very briefly, this item on the board memo is on page 187 of your packet is to get some direction from you to determine if you are interested in staff continuing any conversations with Trinity Metro related to our current interlocal agreement. This has been in place since February 1st of 2019 and expires on January 31st of this next year. It allows for service to be provided to the Alliance area via Lyft. It is technically marketed as their zip zone for Alliance. The Trinity Metro has approached us and indicated an interest in extending the ILA for an additional 2-year period. And in doing so, we have informed them that this would require an increase to the administrative fee up to the 60% administrative fee as approved through the board policy back in April, without any other changes to the ILA budget. So again, this item specifically is to seek direction from the board, yay or nay, on continuing those conversations regarding a 2-year extension with Trinity Metro. Happy to answer any questions related to this.
Any questions from the board? Would the board be in favor of Lindsay continuing discussion with Trinity Metro?
I'm in favor of continued discussions. You know, I kind of have some reservations of charging a fee to a fellow transit agency. I mean, they're just going to hammer us back on the other side.
Well, in fact, TJ, that is one of the things that we had discussed with them about going forward. Is this something that we want to be doing? But I mean, other board members, comments, thoughts?
The ILA currently carries a 20% administrative fee, just to provide that additional context.
Mayor Watts?
I thought I read though that we were, the new one would be what our policy is, and is that 60%?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
TJ, what you're saying is, do we want to have an exception in that policy for, we'll call it some type of transit authority that, do we want an exception in there for certain types of organizations?
And I think it's a conversation worth having.
Okay.
But yes, Mayor Watts, that's my concept on that. I mean, we keep hearing stories on, you know, DART charges the T 26 million for this, and so then the T turns around and charges 32 million for that, so they get a clawback plus some, and it seems to be endemic to our transit authorities in the region, and maybe nationally, I don't know.
Our administrative fee policy that was adopted by the board in April didn't really anticipate or address service with other transit agencies. It just acknowledges service delivered outside of member cities. So, I mean, that's certainly something that the fee policy is established and set by the board. So that's certainly something that could be amended.
Yeah, and that's consistent with board chair's comments. They feel the same way. They don't really like the idea conceptually of charging each other fees. Now, we need to charge each other for our cost, but not necessarily for administrative fees or impact fees, things of that nature. So this will be taken into consideration for sure as we start thinking through future agreements.
So Lindsay, this policy is, when does it expire? Or sorry, not the policy, the agreement, when does it expire?
ILA expires January 31st. So this was just bringing this to the board again to start having those conversations. They, of course, would need to, Trinity Metro, of course, would have to take that to their board as well and go through the same process. So we just wanted to kind of, you know, get some answers for them.
So it sounds like maybe we should add this policy that we have, the administrative policy, to the board agenda for potential amendment prior to renewing that ILA. Is that what I'm hearing from the board?
Yes, I'm in favor of that.
Okay.
And Lindsay, bringing that back to the board next month, that does not impact, I know, you know, Trinity Metro has it on their agenda to go to their board. but you have enough information as of today to get back to Trinity Metro so that they can still maintain their timeline, correct?
I do. I
Okay.
do.
Thank you.
Yes, we can have those conversations with Trinity Metro and they can at least start their conversations with their board. Yes.
So I got a question or a comment. You know, and I appreciate the sentiment and I appreciate the overarching policy of, hey, we're sort of all in this together doing the same thing. We don't want to, and I appreciate, Raymond, you saying, well, we don't necessarily need to make a profit, but we need to make sure we cover our costs, because I know that DART sure charges us a lot of money. And I guess if we're going to be taking a policy position of, hey, we need to be kind to our fellow transit agencies, I hope that that's reciprocated, because we are looking at talking with them. In fact, we talked about it earlier today. Trinity Metro and was it Trinity Metro and the bus operation discussion? All right. So let's make sure that we feel comfortable enough that they will have the same kind of approach if that's the approach that we take.
That I agree with wholeheartedly, Mayor Watts. Absolutely.
A similar discussion just was that if we were to join in any projects together, that we were not, DCTA was not interested in paying access fees. So, and they shared that as well. So I think they understand I think they understand where we are in working together.
Maybe to help formalize that discussion, maybe we could work with Joe and have an ILA between Trinity Metro and DCTA stating just that, like not charging each other administrative fees. Then there's actually something in writing where then the board might feel more comfortable with amending the policy, because then you can amend the policy and state that in the event that DCTA has entered into a interlocal agreement with a fellow transit agency, that way it's reciprocated and not one-sided. I think that might work.
I think if it's in an interlocal agreement, that's even supersedes policy. So if you put it in an interlocal agreement that both sides won't charge each other an administrative fee, I think you don't worry about the policy. It's just in the interlocal agreement. But I think that is the broad, what I'm hearing from all my fellow board members, that is the broad sentiments. Let's just not charge each other admin fees. Let's play well together in the sandbox, so to speak.
And I agree that we ought to do that in some kind of agreement, because my understanding about why we changed the policy on the admin fee was based on the cost study, which reflected our actual administrative costs, which we represented to these other people we've been negotiating with, were too low. So, I mean, I think it's important, if we're going to stay on message with these other folks that we're providing services to, that there be some basis for that, and not, so it doesn't appear that we've exaggerated that fee for the purposes of recouping it from them when it's not an actual cost. Am I making sense? Y'all understand what I'm saying? In other words, how this kind of conversation sounded like it started to me was, oh, we don't want to overcharge them an administrative fee. We just want to get our actual costs. Well, I thought that's what the basis was for us changing our policy on the admin fee, was because that reflected our actual cost. Does that make sense? So I just want to be consistent when we're dealing with people.
And I'm not so sure that, maybe you were saying this, Cesar, that we not charge an administrative fee. I was just saying that we not charge the 60% administrative fee. Or were you saying not charge an administrative fee at all?
Well, where I'm going through is back to the concept of we're gonna treat each other fairly. In other words, if they're gonna give us something else of value in return, let's kind of look at all that and say, yeah, that's about the same value, and then there's no money changes hand for that.
If I could add on this particular contract, so Trinity Metro is leveraging a contract that we have. We still do, DCTA still is required to do some administrative heavy lifting as part of that agreement. So part of the relationship with Lyft, part of getting the task order set up, billing, reporting, things like that. There is still an administrative function that comes along with Trinity Metro leveraging that contract.
Right, but I guess to answer your question, so it's basically another transit agency, and I guess what you're asking is, well, if 60% was really what our cost was, right?
Yeah, in other words, I don't want to communicate to people
Right.
that the 60% was not our real cost.
Right.
That's what we went to them and said. We've done a study, this is our real cost. If we're not going to charge that to Trinity Metro, I really don't have a problem with that, but there needs to be a basis for that other than that's really not our cost.
Right.
Otherwise, we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. In other words, if we're going to have a reciprocal arrangement with
Right.
them where we don't charge
Right.
each other costs,
Right.
that's great because we're both in the same business. That's different than
Yes.
dealing with other people.
Correct. I mean,
Yeah.
there is a distinction here in that it is a reciprocal
Right.
arrangement where we're actually sharing each other's services as opposed to delivering service
Yes.
for an entity that has no reciprocal agreement with us. They're just asking us to deliver service.
Yes, we deliver service to them. They will not be delivering anything to us.
Right.
Trinity,
Exactly right. And I think, it is more appropriate to handle it in local agreement because it's very specific to the arrangement for that particular agreement. As an example with DART, yes, we do have an access impact fee. But I don't anticipate that they're going to be charging us, could be wrong, but I don't anticipate that they'll be charging us an administrative fee or helping us with the insurance. So I think the agencies need to be working more closely together. I think that the genesis here is that wouldn't it be nice if we weren't charging each other's fees? And to the mayor's point, as we start talking about commissioning and helping them with a silver line and potentially doing joint operations together, I think all those things will be naturally revisited. Don't know that they'll be renegotiated, but we'll certainly revisit those things because there is benefit to the agencies helping each other out. So as long as there's a reciprocal benefit, it makes sense that we cover that. Not in the policy, but in the interlocal agreement. I agree with that.
And there is a distinction between the ILA that we have with Trinity Metro and maybe our contract cities, where those may be a little heavier on the customer service side and the marketing side, where what we have with Trinity Metro, as Nicole was mentioning, they're more or less leveraging the agreement. They're doing their marketing, they're dealing with all of the customer service unless there's a major issue that we need to step in and discuss with Lyft. But they really are doing the heavy lifting. We're doing the administrative side as it relates to reporting, billing, making sure the task order is in place. So it is a little less onerous on us for this type of agreement than maybe some of the others that do carry that 60% admin fee.
That's absolutely accurate. And I want to, I'm trying to find our file that was the substantiation of the admin fee policy. I want to say that it was just when we started this Lyft program with Trinity Metro, and so it wasn't included in the analysis. The 60%, to Sam's point, is absolutely the calculation of our indirect costs associated with all of the direct costs of a service. I think the difference, though, is that was looking at UNT, NCTC, Frisco, Collin County, where we're providing a service versus just leveraging a contract. So we'll go back and look at that and look at specifically what are the indirect costs associated with this service, because we did capture that as part of the cost allocation model as well.
Okay, thank y'all very much. Does
It
it
just-
give
oh,
you what you need, Lindsay?
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I have clear direction as it relates to the discussion on doing a 2-year extension of the ILA. That I do have direction to have those conversations with Trinity Metro, notwithstanding this larger conversation related to the admin fee that still needs to be further discussed with the board, maybe at the November meeting,
Okay.
if that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and this brings us to agenda item number 11. Consider approval of resolution R20-18, electing the officers of the board. And the positions are held from November 1st of 2020 till November 1st of 2021. The positions are chair, vice chair, and secretary. So beginning with chair, is there a nomination?
Are we going to pull the screen? Are we going to pull the screen down? I can't see.
Can't.
There's a screen. Consider approval of resolution, election of officer. Oh, so we're going to leave that up. Okay. All right. I couldn't see. Everybody's sort of on the sidebar. All right. That's no problem.
If you stop sharing the screen.
Switch to gallery view. All right, there we are.
Okay, did that help?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Collection of data has been detected.
Whoa, I just heard something. What was that?
That fraudulent data has been detected.
That we're okay. Are we okay?
Yeah.
Fine.
Everything working?
Yes.
Test.
Okay, TJ.
So I've been thinking long and hard about this one and looking at the history and where we've been. First of all, I would like to make sure that I step back from either chair or vice chair. I think Louisville's been in one of those two chairs for the entirety of the entity, and it's important that we get some variation on a theme in here and that we really start building the strength of our board. So what I'd like to do is to nominate Mayor Watts as the next chair of DCTA. City of Denton's never been chair, never been vice chair as far as I can tell. And they're one of the largest revenue contributors to the system. So I really think it's time for them to have that opportunity. I think there's value in rotating the leadership regularly, just like the RTC does. And in that way, I think we're really grooming our board members to have more leadership positions, more opportunity for more voices and diversity in the leadership of the organization. And then, just a stronger board in general. So that I believe is a tremendous value. And I want to say that this is not personal at all. Chair Costa, you've led us through some very difficult transitions, and you've been very dedicated to the organization. It's been very impressive, but that's kind of why, in my thinking about how this works, I know we have the opportunity to renew people up to 3 times, but I'd rather set the precedent with this new board that it churns more than that and models more of an RTC type of model. I kind of feel like the renewals are not something that's a reward necessarily. I think the renewals would be more of if we get into some challenging times and we feel like we want to slow down the churn a little bit. But I think we've got good feet, and I think we've got some strong folks. So with that, I'd like to nominate Chris Watts.
And thank you, TJ. It's not taken personal. So thank you for that. I will second the nomination. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. Mayor Chris Watts will now be chairman of DCTA. I do have a request.
My screen is frozen now. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Diane.
I do have a request if the board would consider. Every entity, the county, Louisville, Denton has a seat at the RTC. That is one area I've worked very hard, and we're in the middle of a lot of this negotiation. I would ask if the board would consider allowing me to continue to serve on the RTC and the DRMC this next year.
Well, I sure would appreciate you doing that. Absolutely. I mean, you've been there. You know the people, and yeah, gladly. I'm okay with that. More than okay.
And
I'm okay.
the board members?
I'm okay.
Absolutely. So if is there a motion necessary for that?
No.
Okay.
No, because we already have a resolution in place saying that she's the.
So thank you so much for that. I enjoy what we're doing, and I think we've made a lot of progress together.
Well, and you know the history, and you've got the knowledge, and there's no sense going through all that again. So I appreciate your willingness to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Don't forget vice chair.
No, we got, because I think TJ, you said you didn't want to continue to serve as vice chair. Is that correct?
I think it's a fairness issue. Louisville is set in one of these seats for the entirety of the entity. So I would like to see the county have a seat on there, and quite frankly, I'd like it to be Cesar. So if I need to make that in the form of a motion, I could do that.
Is it the same process? Then take nominations from the floor for vice chair. So I'll recognize TJ Gilmore. Now, I do know that in the at the city of Denton, if there's multiple nominations, then the nominations are voted on in the order in which they were received. So I don't know what the process is here. Is that
Let's follow the same process.
Okay. All right. So so we've got board member Gilmore has nominated Cesar Molina for vice chair, and I'm going to open up. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Okay. Seeing none, then all in favor of Cesar Molina being the next vice chair of DCTA board, signify. Oh, yep. Go ahead.
Okay.
Am I supposed to take over now, or is that still you, Diane?
November 1st.
We have it set for November 1st because we already have one.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm jumping the gun. See there?
Hey, real quick, why don't...
I apologize.
But I was ready to sit back, and then I remembered. Okay. So all those
I'm gonna turn my video off and just listen to my voice.
all those in favor of Mr. Molina serving as our vice chair for this year, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The vote was unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you. So Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Molina. And then we have the secretary position. You're currently our secretary. I would like to nominate our current secretary to take it over again, just because it is there is some responsibility of having to come in and do checks and things like that. So I would.
My house is on the way home for Brandy.
Yep.
There you go.
So I would like to nominate Sam Burke as our secretary. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 The vote was unanimous, the motion carries. Yay. Okay. So this takes us to agenda item number 12, discuss local and regional transportation and legislative issues. For me, actually, what I was going to talk about was the conversations that we were having with COG in relation to the 3 transit agencies making an effort to come together for lots of good reasons. And so we're continuing that dialogue, and I appreciate y'all allowing me to continue with that. So that's pretty much what I have on my agenda for today for that.
I would just like to add that during the conversations with the COG, and the board chair mentioned this earlier, that there was a meeting of the 3 agencies to talk about ways to increase ridership. A lot of the conversation was around marketing concepts and campaigns So I will cover that since it's not a regional or legislative issue. I will cover that, what I'm going to talk about in the next item, which is really the future agenda items. But actually, it's going to be under community interest, so I'll cover it there. But I just wanted to make that point that it is something that the region is looking to support, even to the perspective of financing some thoughts around types of programs or types of campaigns. We also talked about what really was causing the flat ridership, and I think all three agencies kind of came up to the same conclusion that until we really see a significant change in employers bringing employees back into the office, that we can do a lot of marketing, but it's really going to take a change in how people are traveling and where they're commuting to. So I'll bring up a subject here in the next few minutes about that.
Okay. Christina, Mayor Watts?
Yeah, was this where we were going to talk about the P3? I know
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. So the question was how I envision using a P3. So the thought really was, is there an advantage to the agency having P3 authority? And my thought on the subject is, with the continued pressure on the state of Texas revenue sources and the obvious, I won't say attack, that's not the right word, but yeah, I already said it, sorry, got out. But it's just, there's been a lot of pressure on the funding caps for cities. And as we talk about transit-oriented development around our stations, is there an opportunity or advantage? And it's not just development around our stations, but are there areas where P3 authority would help the agency? So I was asked earlier, are there some examples that I could come up with? So looking at what's transpiring around the DDTC, the Denton Transportation Center, Transit Center, we own property there. We have a facility. We have limited parking. There's a developer that's actually come in and purchased land adjacent to our facility. It's not like typically, if we had land and we wanted to do a development, we could certainly do an RFP and talk to developers about conceptually what they would do, and take an offer and follow that typical procurement process. But in situations where you already have a developer that's adjacent to, or a landowner that's adjacent to the transit agency, and there's the opportunity for the two to engage in a public-private partnership that can actually leverage each other's assets, it may make sense for us to engage that entity directly. There are, as we were talking about insurance as an example, we don't know what's going to happen in the industry, but there was some discussion about if the market continues to constrict, could the agencies work with a third party to create an umbrella policy, an investment that really is shaped around the concept of the fact that there's the risk pool around rail liability is a little bit different than what you would see in general liability policies. I don't know if that's something that would make sense in the future, but I do know that there's conversations being had, or at least contemplated, around going after 3P legislation as the state continues to have pressure on its revenue sources. I think it's an important regional concept. I think that the COG's probably looking at P3 as well in conversations that we've had. But I don't have a specific, at this point, we're starting to put together language. We certainly want to do what is going to be in the best interest of our member cities. So we certainly don't want to be taking opportunities to increase our tax roll and taking things off of that. But there might be an opportunity, and I think it warrants a discussion from the board and guidance from the board. There might be times where you might want to do that if you're trying to attract a relocation from, a different state, or attract some enterprise into the area. So I don't have a specific defined project. I just think that as we have an opportunity every 2 years to look at legislation, as I've spoken to some of the board members one-on-one, in general, P3 probably isn't a bad concept. I think it's going to take all of us to work together to define language, to think through, is it something that we want to do in this legislative session? What we've heard from our partners is that this probably wouldn't be that difficult for us to get if we wanted to have P3 legislation authority.
Lindsay, do you want to add something to this conversation?
I mean, I think Raymond provided a good overview of, what I've heard too is the vision for having this public-private partnership authority. I think, especially when we know the cities have worked with certain developers and they've identified a potential plan, and if we're able to be able to participate in that, being able to enter directly into those agreements with those developers without that being challenged would be incredibly beneficial to our economic development opportunities and growth around the TODs that we currently have, our transit stations. I think it can also be incredibly important as we are talking about the KCS line. I know we'll be doing a study on, TOD opportunities, a planning analysis on that. And so having P3 authority could really go a long way to the types of development activities that could take place along that corridor. And so the development of the language for the bill itself, we're looking at a few different options. I know initially we were looking at some DART language. There is a state statute for public-private partnership authority. There may be some language in there that we could borrow from. So, we're sitting there, we're kind of looking at the different language that could be an option so that we can then sit down with our member cities and have a more thorough discussion about what that would look like on paper. So hopefully that will be beneficial. And then, Mr. Vice Chair, I know you mentioned related to the resolutions that we were requesting, standard operating procedure to get resolutions of support from the member cities for something like that, for any, initiative that we're going to pursue in the legislature. And Senator Nelson has requested that we get those as well. And so the timing of that, I think, is flexible to an extent. We certainly want to make sure that we at least have support on paper for what we are trying to achieve prior to anything being filed, which I think we'll be able to get there with our member cities through our discussions, and if we need to workshop it, we're happy to do that to get to a point where we can all agree on what that would look like.
And TJ, you have some thoughts about that?
So the P3s in general, I don't have an issue with. I think where we might get wrapped around the axle is what exact authority are we looking for? So that's the legislative piece of that. For example, and this may be a question for Joe on the legalese of all this. I mean, this is a sales tax election, and this sales tax was put aside for not economic development, but for transit. So can I hand a check over for ED? We'd have to make sure that we're within the bounds there. One of the other pieces would be, are you looking for like the authority to remove a tax component from that property to make it tax exempt? That could effectively gut a tiers from a city if you go that route. So it's this, and this conversation goes back to why I think back to the original where I was bringing this up is without a policy or like a documented process of how we're going to think about this. I don't have a problem in the general term of a P3, but you know, I don't want to write a blank check on what a P3 allows for. Does that make sense?
It does, and you know, my apologies. Lindsay's really good at her job, and she was moving very quickly because she was concerned about timing with the legislative session coming up. We certainly need to be bringing draft language, getting guidance from the board, talking through those details. And we should have plenty of time to do that, just like we're doing with TRIP and other policy decisions that we're making, and make a determination whether this is beneficial or not. I think those are all very good points. In DART's language, I believe, I haven't read all of it in detail, but there is language in there that says that if it's part of, if DART does a P3, that it does pull things off the tax roll. And that's certainly, I would not have that intent. I want to try to use this as a tool. But I wonder why they did that. And there might be reasons why the board might want to grant that, but maybe there's ways through the policy that you still have to get approval from the city. I don't know. I think that's something that we need to think through as we, just like we have with the TRIP policy. I think going through it multiple times has really made it a very good document. And again, if it's a tool that we can use to facilitate development in our member cities, then this is a legislative session. They don't come along that often. And I'm certainly looking for board input and advice on what that language should look like.
Okay.
Mayor Watts?
Mayor?
Yeah, the devil's in the details on this for me. Refresh my memory. When we were talking about the TRIP program, that's it, TRIP? Yeah. And I think board member Gilmore had brought up, you know, can we give cash incentives to cities to pass those incentives on to developers? I thought, now maybe it only happened a couple hours ago, so I probably already forgot it, but I thought we didn't really want to necessarily do that. I think we hesitated on that. I get a little concerned when, as this agency, I certainly would not want them to be able, this agency to be able to take things off the tax rolls unilaterally, because there are some programs at the state level that allow developers to do that. And it's very to do it potentially without the approval of the city. But the concept I like, how it gets written and drafted and implemented, I get a little concerned about, because especially if we're in a hurry. I mean, I know that we think that, well, we got 4 or 5 months, you know, the legislature's gonna start meeting, we got time. We all know how all this goes. We're gonna have to really get bearing down, and this is a very important potential policy decision. So I personally don't feel the need to rush to get it through on this particular legislative agenda unless I see something pretty clear that I can get behind and support. I'm not against it, but I don't have the same sense of urgency that we've got to get something, we got to get it done now, because we're coming out of a pandemic. We're still trying to get ridership back. I think we're still going to be in this position for a whole nother almost year. I mean, this time next year, if we're not in a similar situation, it's not going to, I don't think, be a whole lot different. And those are my thoughts on it. I certainly don't think there's anything wrong with working with the cities as they work with developers. Like Raymond mentioned, the potential opportunity there in Denton on industrial and the old Trinity site. You know, there was conversations between all the parties working together. So I get that, but we really don't want to get sideways, I think, with our member cities in that regard, because, I mean, we're sort of in it together through the sales tax contribution and trying to do all this. So I'm okay with the concept at about a 50,000 foot elevation, how it gets implemented, what that specific language is.
that's a different animal. I just really have to look at that real closely.
Appreciate the comments. We'll start, and if we're not making enough progress, we'll just continue to work on it for next session.
Okay. So any other items that you wanted to discuss under that? Okay. So now we're at future agenda.
Madam Chair, real quick, this is Joe again, your wonderful attorney. Could we go, I just wanted to go back to the previous item on the election of the officers, just to explain the November 1st effective date. Since our bylaws do state that it runs for 1 year, starting from October 1st through September 30th, why the November 1st effective date on the resolution was added by staff. And I believe the reasoning behind that, as I was informed, was because of all the documents that have to be signed as related to, today's meeting, the bond sale and so forth. That's why the November 1st date was put on there. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that.
Okay. Any questions?
Heartburn.
What?
Madam Chair, I have an update under the discussion of local and regional transportation, if I could provide a quick update. So I just wanted to provide the board with an update that DCTA did attend the MUTD board meeting last night, and the board is requesting a 6-month extension of our existing contract. As you'll remember, they had originally agreed to cancel the contract with its termination date of December 31st of this year. In their search for an additional service provider and perhaps a different approach, they have not been able to finalize that. As DART, DCTA, and STAR are kind of working toward a collaborative agreement on various service delivery options. And so they have requested that we bring to the board an approval or a request for approval of a 6-month extension through the end of June of 2021. And so I did just want to notify the board that you will see that on next month's agenda as an approval item in order for us to implement the process.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. That's good. That's good to know. Okay, why is Joe and Cesar smiling? Because we're getting close to the end of the meeting.
Either that or I just got totally taken over by Nicole.
Okay. Okay, so anything else under that agenda item? Okay, so future agenda items and board member requests.
I think I'd like to just reiterate Mayor Watts's comment from earlier in this meeting an eon ago, that we go back and look at the terms, the cycle, who's on even years versus odd years. All of that needs, I think, be reviewed by the board next meeting.
Yep. Okay, will do. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so this brings us to report on items of community interest. Did you say
So I do have an item. I think it's a very interesting opportunity that I'd like to pursue unless the board thinks otherwise. So as we were talking to the COG and the 3 agencies about ways to increase ridership, it dawned on me that we need to think about transit as a destination. So what are some of the things that we can do to draw people to transit that we're not currently doing? And conventionally, we talk about putting ads on billboards and running advertisements and discounting fares. And I think those are certainly options, but they certainly haven't moved the needle in a while. So I was talking to a friend. Her name is Nancy Lieberman. Some of you may know her. Nancy Lieberman is a professional sports icon. She's a two-time Olympian. She's been on the WNBA twice. She runs the Nancy Lieberman Charities. She's a sports announcer, an ESPN for the Pelicans. She was the first woman coach in the NBA with the Sacramento Kings. She has just a tremendous following worldwide, and she's just a fantastic person, and she loves giving back to her community through her foundation, through her charities. And she called me and said, hey, I would love to do a piece for DCTA, because she grew up in New York, and as I'll let her tell her story, but she grew up in New York, and she used to take transit to Harlem to play pickup basketball games. And that's really where she honed her skills, and then ultimately had a tremendous college career, and then went to the Olympics and so on, as I mentioned. And I was talking to her about transit, because she's very interested in transit. It really changed her life and made her who she is. And so she had asked me if it would be okay if she brought her production crew in and actually did some interaction with me on a train. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Planning it for next week on the weekend. And she wants to basically give that back to DCTA. So there's no cost to it. But she really wants to tell her story about transit, how big of an impact it's made in her life. And it could actually serve as a pilot for something like Celebrity Rides. She's got a great personality and has a lot of personal friends and athletes, and just who's who, not only in this region, but across the country. And I just thought it was incredibly gracious of her to do that for us. And it really won't cost DCTA anything for her to do. So I think it's a great way to get publicity about DCTA and our service, but more importantly about transit across America. And if the board will entertain it, I'm going to do it next week. And then hopefully in less than 30 days, we'll have some media clips, and she's going to allow us to share that and use it any way we want. So I thought that was very gracious, incredible athlete, and I'm excited about doing this with her. And I think it's a great way to start bringing people to transit. Her head started spinning. She was thinking, wow, there's a lot of celebrities I could bring to the different transit authorities and literally interview them as Celebrity Rides. And it's just a concept, but I think we need to consider those types of things. We also talked about something like a Music Monday, where we have local talent, maybe playing a violin or guitar. I know that we've tried those sorts of things in the past. We have writers that say, hey, I like the peace and quiet, don't want to be disturbed by music. But we're really starting to think through how can we make people interested in coming back to transit. And I'm excited about this opportunity, so I just wanted to bring that up to the board. And as long as the board doesn't have a problem with it, I'm going to move forward with it.
Well, I just realized, Raymond, you weren't on the call that we had with Mr. Michael Morrison.
If y'all need to keep in mind, we're under items of community interest, I believe, correct? Correct?
That's what he suggested.
And
Yeah.
so our items of community interest are limited. And I know we're talking about recognition of an individual, but we are limited to those 6 things that were up on the screen to discuss, and they're not action items. So just, why do I always get to say these things?
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that.
Okay, any more items of community interest?
I think Raymond was just thinking.
I think I scared everybody off now.
Yeah, I guess the community piece of that is I was thanking Nancy Lieberman for
Sorry,
that.
Joe, we can't hear you anymore. Okay, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Motion was unanimous. The vote. Motion passes.